Hello, everybody. Welcome to our monthly Patreon deck tech. You guys know Veggie, I'm MTGNerdGirl, and we're going to be going over 9 deck lists that were submitted by our patrons.
9?
Yeah.
I only did 4 of them.
Oh no, that's not true. So if you guys would like to check out the deck lists, we have a link down below in the description for you guys to check out all of our community submitted decks. If you guys would like to support the channel and help us do more of these in the future, you guys can check out the sponsors of our segment, which is Moxfield and TOA. And again, there's links and discount codes for all of those things down below in the description. Are you ready for our first deck tech?
Let's do it.
All right, Veggie is our resident expert. So first up, we're going to be taking a look at a list submitted by Cheezus, and it's Kona Rescue Beastie, and it's titled "There's a Lot of Stuff in This Clown Car," which was one of my favorite titles from this week's selection.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, Kona Rescue BC. I just built this deck. And so you're trying to just dump the biggest permanent possible from your hand on the battlefield as fast as you can using Kona's ability. And Jesus, I asked anyone that could think of it to give me a goal for this. So this will be a little bit different than some of our deck techs where we're just generally going over the decks. Some of these might be a little bit more focused because Cheezus is looking to kind of fix the card draw, which has been inconsistent, they said, and figure out a game plan versus flyers.
Mm-hmm.
When I built this deck, I also had the same. I had a similar problem of consistency because, like, if you get a good hand, you can go like turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 like Relic of Legends, turn 3 Kona, tap Kona, play Galta, put 4 more things into play. But if it doesn't do that, it definitely struggles. So
Okay.
we can if we take a look through here.
Go ahead. But real quick, I want to just poke you for the start.
Yeah.
What is Karn in here for?
Karn is in here because he good.
Okay,
but
checks out. That's fine.
No, he has one thing in here that I'm going to talk about in a bit. But just for spoilers for those of you, the thing that Karn is in here, I'm pretty sure is this. There's a Mycosynth Lattice, and we'll go over that in a moment. Okay. But I think, as far as I could tell, that is the only reason that he is in here.
All right, carry on.
Okay, here's the meat of the deck. Big, chunky creatures.
Don't call me that.
Creatures that are, doing a good job on adjusting their diet and being more active. And some of those creatures are answers. You have like Bane of Progress and Titan of Industry, and something else in here that help to solve your problems. Some of these are just like, game is gonna be real rough for everybody else. Like Vorinclex on turn 4 seems pretty rough, or like Void Winnower to lock people out of half of the things that they can cast. And then a lot of the smaller creatures are either just, we're trying to ramp, or very cute. A lot of bad mana dorks, like limited cuttable mana dorks, because they need to tap an untapped creature you control, which is a very convenient way to get your Kona tapped without having to go to combat. So we have a couple copies of this effect in here. Loam Dryad, Surly Caretaker, Jaspera, Sentinel. Sentinel Stalwart. 4 of those. And then we have, like, your basic fare as far as other green stuff. So Vala, because we know we have big creatures. Fierce Empath to grab big creatures. Manglehorn is like a pretty reasonable include in most green decks because there's always somebody at the table that's doing some shenanigans with treasures, and this likes to shut that down. Yeah, the first time that I play tested Cheezus' list, it did the thing. I did Llanowar Elves, Relic of Legends on turn 3 into Kona tapped for Gulta, and I believe I dropped Vorinclex, Dawnglade Regent, and something else. So it can do that thing. Going down to sorceries, you know, we're ramping. And then there are some tutors to get the big things that we want into our hand. The tricky part, though, is that these tutors, in particular, are expensive. Or sorry, they don't get them into your hand. Both these get them to the battlefield. And we also have a third kind of effect like that with Invasion of Ikoria.
And that's not taking advantage of Kona.
Is not taking advantage of Kona. And because we're playing Kona, we're not ramping as much in this green deck. So it might be good to swap those out for some like to hand tutors that cost that cost a lot less, like Time of Need is a 2 mana tutor that can grab any legendary creature. Mm-hmm. And like that puts one of your best hits into your hand. So that might be a good swap for those.
Coordinated clobbering sorcery speedways to cheat the Kona tap as well.
Yeah. And some nice new tech. And like this is good at all points because either you're using it to tap Kona or you've already put something huge in with Kona and this is just 1 mana kill whatever you want. Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, pretty standard here. Good. We would like it to get creatures. Legolas's quick reflexes is just like one of the best protection spells you can get because of the split second. And it doubles as removal because a lot of people don't think about this angle for it, but if you just cast it in your main phase, target one of your big things, the opponent can't respond because split second. It is then hexproof, so they can't touch it for the rest of the turn, and you just then go to combat. It gets tapped and it punches something. Yeah. Okay. Artifacts. So Kona does not have to necessarily be creatures. It can just be anything. So being able to drop like Shamil or Portal of Phyrexia for free also works. We see the namesake of the deck here, which oddly enough, I don't know why it's in the deck.
Because you can crew with Kona.
You can, but there are so many things you could crew Kona with, or you could use Kona to crew. This is an X spell, so it's not good with to be put on the battlefield with Kona. Again, the game plan is using Kona to cheat stuff, so we're not ramping as aggressively as other green decks might be, so we don't necessarily have as much mana to dump into it. But it might just be because it's a fun card, and it allows us to have a funny name for the deck. But if anybody, I know, Cheezus, you were here. Oh, you're saying because it costs 0. That, reasonable. Very reasonable.
Also, it's reasonable to want... originally, I was thinking a vehicle would be a cool way to cheat it out, and I didn't really think about Clown Car. But then when you're thinking about, I have room for 1 or 2 vehicles, and then you can also cheat in a free good deck name.
Right.
It's win-win.
That's right. Now, I think this is probably a good segue to some of the things I was thinking for this deck. Because vehicles are a really good way to get Kona tapped without having to go to combat. And you were saying that some more consistent card draw would be good. A Bank Buster seems good here. Reckoner Bank Buster, like the rate to draw cards is not fantastic.
And it costs like 2.
But it costs 2, so you're certainly getting it down early. And then you use it to tap Kona, and oh no, now I'm out of cards. It then gives you an extra card per turn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and like to a lesser extent, you could do Smuggler's Copter. It is not gaining you card advantage straight up, but you are filtering out to get those bigger hits that you want. But I feel like the Bank Buster is just like exactly what you're looking for that.
Fills in both spots nicely.
Yeah. Okay, so we are also here with so the Migas and the Lattice. Please let me know if there is something else that I'm missing here. But as far as I could tell, this is just in here to lock the opponent out with Karn. Because if everything is an artifact, Karn's ability then says no activated abilities of anything, including lands. Which is very powerful, but I don't see other synergy with these two things in the deck. It's just good. Yeah, you just wanted to do the Karn Lattice thing. I mean, it's...
Real quick, just to answer Alejandro's question, we are currently playing, what the commander's name was?
Kona Rescue Beastie.
Yes, and then to answer your other question, we absolutely do deck techs every single month for our patrons. If you want to check out the details, there's a link down below in the description to check out the Patreon. It's how we can continue to make episodes, and this is one of the perks that we offer for those patrons. Okay, so we're still talking about the artifacts. We've got the big ones. Yes. Great Henge, you don't need to cheat out, even though it costs a lot, because you're probably going to cheat out a bigger creature and then just play it basically for free.
Exactly. And it does help with your card draw problem.
I do like the Unlicensed Hearse as another vehicle. I think that's a good utility piece that does both two things that we want to do. Mm-hmm. I think that's like in the same line as Bankbuster.
Yes, very definitely. And like... The amount of decks these days that care about the graveyard is pretty high, even if it's just incidentally. Like having just one piece to help to stop those strategies generally is good to have in your decks. I am not so hot on the Immortal Sun here. This could be a meta pick. Maybe there's a lot of like Super Friends decks that you're playing against here, but it is only drawing you one extra card per turn. You're not super concerned about your spells costing less. And you're not super concerned about your creatures being one bigger. So if this is just a hit for Kona, I think there is probably better things that we could put here.
Cheezus is just suggesting card draw.
Okay. Enchantments, yeah. Card draw. Ramp. Deal with stuff, and 2 big hits for Kona. Easy as that.
I like that well enough.
It's probably a good time to point out. Nope, I'm thinking about a different deck. Okay, and then the thing that hurts my soul.
30 lands.
30 lands.
32.
30 lands.
It's 31 lands. My rule is 2 to 1.
I think that's a good shortcut. And because the other ones that we have here are Turntimber, Symbiosis, and I think we have the Disciple, right? Yeah, Disciple Frailes. So like 31 lands. I know we have this back and forth every time. One of these days I'm gonna do the math for you, on why this is important. But I'll just leave it to this is too few lands. It's not enough. But I will expand on that. Here's why it's too few lands. Because your mana dorks are not real. Like, I think you can get away with a lower land count in mono green because you're usually running a bunch of little dorks. But this one only has Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic.
We had like Rampant Growth. We had 2 or 3 sorcery ramps as well. I do count them.
Yes, but it's not that much. It's 2. You only have 2. Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth.
So 4. We're looking at 4.
We're looking at 4. And then you have 4 of these fake dorks.
That need other dorks.
And the number of things that you have that these can actually tap for mana is very low. We have maybe 2, like we have a few creatures that could come down on turn 2. and I think not many artifacts. Like I guess you can count the clown card here. But then also like Springleaf Drum, same thing. You don't have a lot of things that you're able to tap to get mana out of. So one of the things that I ended up with for my own Kona list is these dorks are too cute, but they're not good. They seem like exactly what the deck wants, and if you look at like EDH Rec, every deck is running these, but they're not good. I would just replace these with real mana dorks. You have Fyndhorn Elves at 1, you have Birds of Paradise, and maybe like one more. You just want the mana though, because you have so many other good ways to tap Kona with your vehicles. You had Relic of Legends. You can also put the other copy of this Honor Worn Shaku in, but those are they just work better. And you can always just go to combat too. Like that does work. It's a 4/3 probably on turn 3. Somebody's gonna be open. Yes, but I would definitely do that swap. As far as card advantage, some of the things that I think you could plug in here pretty easily. There is this type of effect in Season of Gathering, which is a card that I really like all of the seasons from Bloomburrow, but Season of Gathering it's 6 mana, draw equal to your biggest power, or you have the additional modes of destroying all artifacts or destroying all enchantments and putting counters on creatures and giving them vigilance and trample, which is super relevant here since you probably have one big thing that people don't want to run their stuff into. So if you are that's free attacks with the vigilance and trample.
Drunken Fox, thanks for the sub.
You're also playing a lot of big creatures that you could just convert into cards with like Momentous Fall or Life's Legacy, which are sacrifice and draw equal to like power. I think a lot of these like Galta, it's a 12/12, but also the big thing is it's ETB. So I'm happy to then turn that into 12 more cards. What are
we doing with the Sabertooth?
Sabertooth, I'm not sure. Probably getting more value out of ETBs, because we know if we've got something on board that we've cheated with Kona, then doing Titan of Industry multiple times, Regal Force maybe to get your card draw. I don't think there are any fancy little loops, but green only has so many ways to get stuff back in your hand. Yes. Greater Good. That is I think maybe the number one ad here.
Yeah, Jesus. I know Sabertooth is very good. It's just usually put in for some sort of shenanigans, and I was wondering, I didn't see the shenanigans here in this particular deck.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're right that there are no like, oh, I loop a thinger with it.
Like good players use it for like infinite combos and really broken shenanigans. I use it for like Llanowar Visionary bounce value, which is like, fun for me. But I don't see any of that here. So I just wasn't sure if there was a good reason for it outside of just being a good solid beater on its own.
Yeah. Greater Good would be very good. Repeatable card draw. You are just turning your massive creatures that you've already gotten value out of into more card draw. I was surprised. I think you said in your notes, the sideboard are things that you were playing that came out. Smuggler's Surprise seems really good for this deck. Like, oh no, they shut down Kona because it's kill on sight. This gives me an instant speed, cheat out big creatures from that are stuck in my hand now. And if there are already creatures on board, it's 2 mana to give them hexproof and indestructible. I'm interested as to why this is coming out. Because that was one of the first things, like, before seeing your sideboard, I was like, oh, I would add that.
Song of Freylies would be a cool card to help ramp you and give you the free taps.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, it's not fantastic, but it puts a lot of counters. You're going a little wider, lets you ramp even harder, and then get those activations. So if you're tapping for mana and then putting, you'll get to use those for more things, tap Kona, put more things, and then counter, then indestructible, right?
Right.
That's a pretty big wallop. I like that card a lot here.
I think the last few things, this regrowth here, I think I'd rather have this on a body. Because, like, sure, this is a generically good ability, but if this was, like, Eternal Witness, then you can Temur Sabertooth that. In a pinch, you can just drop it with Kona or something, and it's only it's only 1 mana more. That also, if you're doing things like Natural Order, it's fodder for that. Yeah, that to me feels like something, or you could do Timeless Witness as well.
Recommendation of Last March of the Ents.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty solid. It also suffers from the problem that this deck does not want to ramp as much as your typical mono green. So 8 mana is a little tough, but I think if you resolve it, you win the game.
All right. So final thoughts on the list and the commander as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I built this deck for myself because I think you all may know, but like mono green, not my thing. But this seems like a good time. This is it's silly to like just slap the biggest thing from your hand into play for free. I do think just the nature of the deck is it will suffer a little bit from inconsistency, but I really liked the hits that were in this deck. I like the potential that it has. And I think aside from like swapping out some of these dorks, popping in a few more lands, and the few cards recommended to give it the card draw, because once you've played your one thing, usually you've used your resources to cheat your big thing. This gives it some more like a long-term plans.
So
it's a good time.
Power level card wise, is this something that you would see us playing on the show?
It would need some adjustments because this is one of those decks where it either does the thing and dominates the game, or people hate it out of the game, which can totally be fine for casual games. But I think we would struggle on like, oh, somebody cheated Vorinclex into play on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
How do we turn this into an entertaining game? So we would probably just need to adjust what the big hits are. But I think this could reasonably get on.
All right, very cool. Well, thank you so much, Cheezus, for submitting a deck for us today. Thank you so much for being one of our patrons. We really do appreciate your support. All right, let's go ahead and head on over to the next list, and we're going to be looking at the Beamtown Bullies submitted by Kai, and it's have a perfect little gift. For those of you guys who are just joining us, we are live streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you guys see me answer a question that you don't see asked, that's why. If you guys are wanting to follow along with our deck tech, you guys can find links to the decks to our Moxfield down below in the description. So you can open up the links and check for yourself. Because if you guys are asking us to check for cards in the middle of the deck tech, it would take so much longer as you guys are having to scroll up and down looking for things. So please just follow along with us as we go. Links in the description. All right, Veggie.
All right.
Beamtown Bullies.
I had a good segue. So pretend like I said this immediately before NerdGirl told you about all the important details. Speaking of decks that are really hard for us to have on the show, it's the Beamtown Bullies. I have no idea how we would ever pull this deck off, aside from like some really some really weird build that this really doesn't want. The Beamtown Bullies is you put the meanest thing from your graveyard onto somebody else's board and it's goated. But that usually means you've like either completely eliminated them by here is a leveler, your library is exiled. Go ahead. Or you've like kneecapped them severely.
Like you do every time you play a deck.
Right, but this is doing it to somebody else. This is not me doing it to myself.
Oh, I see the difference.
Right. Yeah, so let's take a look here. Yeah, Kaya said also maybe a little upgrade to this. What we would do to make it more powerful.
God, there's Tempting Worm. Kai's just pandering to you.
Maybe a little bit. However, this is probably the only deck where Tempting Worm is a like an actual good card. Like not even like, oh, I'm making it work. Like this is actually good in the deck because you pitch it and then you put it into play under somebody else's control. So then you yourself get to put anything, all of your hand into play for free. It's the only deck where this card works. Except if, you want to do weird stuff with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. However, that does require you to have cards that you want to put into play. And I don't know that this deck has them. Because the whole point is these are all cards that would be terrible for you to play. You are making your opponent put them into play. I don't think we have anything here like aside from value pieces like Corpse Connoisseur and Gravebreaker Lamia, which are setting you up for later, that you actually want to put into play. So the Tempting Worm is still not that great.
I think the point is that it's a green deck and we put it in because Veggie's going to look at it.
No, it's this is theoretically good in this deck. Let's take a quick jump. Yeah, at the best it would allow you to put all of your lands into play. Bane of Progress would be good. Yeah. There's a world where this is very good in this deck.
All right.
Okay, so let's go over this deck runs like a handful of cards all the time. Eater of Days. Ha ha ha. Opponent, skip your next 2 turns. And importantly, this also goads the creature, so then they are forced to hit one of your opponents for 9 in the air.
That's nice.
Right? Hellcarver Demon. Very, very funny. Specifically because it's goaded, your opponent is forced to hit somebody else with it, and when it deals damage to a player, you sacrifice all of your permanents and discard your hand. You do get to exile the top 6 cards of your library and cast them, but a lot of the time that does not quite make up for everything that you've done up to that point is now gone. Inverter of Truth to probably put your opponent's library down to like just a few cards. Royal Gorger Dragon, great. This is the only thing that you have on your board now. Lots of fun things that your opponents really do not want to have. I'm trying to think if there was anything in here that I was like a little bit different from what I normally see. The Tree of Perdition here, I think is fun. I don't necessarily know if there are particularly good combos with this that I didn't find anything specific, but it's also just a funny card that seems very much in the spirit of the deck.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a lot of spells for a deck like this. But we do want to have a lot of ways to be able to just discard the big scary creatures. So there are so many versions of that kind of thing. Faceless Looting, Cathartic Reunion, Wild Guess, Seize the Spoils, Grab the Prize. And these were 2 includes that I really liked. Goblin Lore and Control of the Court. Both are 2 mana, draw 4, discard 3 at random.
Ooh, I feel like that'd be good for Magar.
Yes.
I should put that in Magar.
Yes.
Why is that not there? Okay. Taking notes.
I thought these were very fun because they are efficient ways to get stuff into your graveyard, but you're kind of leaving it up to chance as to what scary thing your opponent is going to have to play. Because of the random discard. So it's like you get a little bit of that like, you know what? It's I didn't choose it. This is just what got discarded. Now it's yours. I think that's pretty fun. We have Unmarked Grave, Buried Alive, and then also in the instance we have Entomb, ways to just immediately find the scary thing out of your deck and put it into your graveyard.
Okay. Do we have, what are the two, Demonic and Grim Tutor? Whenever I see both of those in a deck, I'm thinking higher power level, things we really want to be searching for. Do you know what those targets are off the top of your head?
I think it's just...
Utility?
I think it's just find the big scary things, because this deck really needs it needs the scary creature target to function. And there's only so many of those that you can put into the deck. So like what we had with... On a quick count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9.5, 10. So like about 10 creatures that you need to have in your graveyard for the deck to function. So I think the tutors are just giving you more ways to find those.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I'm not wild about them here because you have the cuter tutors that put them directly into your graveyard, and I think with enough card draw you're probably getting to at least one out of those 10 cards. I don't really want to spend 3 mana to find one and then have to discard.
Isn't there cheaper ones that just put them straight into the graveyard? There is. Which tutor is it that just puts it into the graveyard?
Gamble.
No. Oh yeah, you did get me on that yesterday. No, there is a tutor that just is 1 mana, get a card, put it in your graveyard.
Yes.
Just Entomb.
I've been talking a lot very quickly, but that is specifically what we went over. The Entomb, Unmarked Grave, and Buried Alive all are those spells.
Yes, I was thinking about the tutor, and then I was thinking about Entomb, I guess. All right. Isn't there also a creature, a cheap creature with survival that lets you go in and get a creature and put it in your graveyard? Something like that could be cute.
There sure is. I did not think of that. That would be actually that is a very good include here. Let's see if does anybody know the name of that creature, because that is one of the cheaper ways to do that. Because this deck is using expensive ways to do that. This is 5 mana. This is 5 mana.
I think it's like a 2-drop.
This is 4 mana. But I think this deck would love to have that for 2 mana, because that's repeatable.
Yeah, and it's like a 1/3, so it can get in pretty early. Someone says Vile and
No, that's this card. There's one in Duskmourn that is like 2 mana. Not Auric. That also would be good here. But it has survival. Cynical Loner. That's, I'm pretty sure, the thing. Thank you. Cynical Loner. I'm pretty sure this is... Yes. Okay. If it's tapped at your second main, card into your graveyard. Excellent.
I thought it was easier to get in. I thought it was a 1/3, not a 3/1. That's a little tougher, but...
I think you have a decent chance of, like, you drop this on turn 2 to be able to swing at somebody on turn 3 that either is open or doesn't want to trade the creature that they played.
Yeah. Because how bad could it be putting a creature in your graveyard?
Right. I mean, anybody that knows what this does will be afraid of it. But like, I think you can reasonably get one trigger out of it, and that's all you need. I would absolutely put that card in this deck. My
goal is always to have like 2 or 3 really good suggestions that Veggie gets excited about, because I'm not the best deck builder. Veggie's our main deck builder. I don't do as many decks on the show. I do some. But not as many as Veggie, and then half the time he looks at my decks and goes, those are awful, how will it win? And then I still win sometimes, so it's fine. But, yeah.
There's a difference between between bad deck and bad gameplay. Both of those things can lose you the game. But
So yay, if I get a good one that makes Veggie excited, I'm very happy.
Okay. I'll quickly breeze through the rest of this because this is really just all setting up Beamtown Bullies. We have a bunch of tutors and things to search and things to discard and a little bit of ramp. Same thing here with the instance. Same thing here with artifacts. With the notable exceptions, Mesmeric Orb helps you to just mill those things directly into your graveyard. Magerite Stone allows you to have a second activation of Beamtown Bullies, which is very important. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. And then you have Despotic Scepter and Staff of Completion. The important thing that these do is destroy things that you own. But you own these other creatures. So you like go, okay, great. Probably the strongest thing that this deck can do is Pitch Leveler, reanimate it under your opponent's control. Their whole library is exiled, and they lose on their next turn because they have to draw. But if they lose, your leveler is exiled. And you can't... so that's one of your big targets down. But...
if you blow up the leveler...
if you blow up the leveler, you can then use it on your next opponent. Because it's now back in your graveyard exactly where you want it.
Important. I like that. That's cute.
Mm-hmm. And particularly nice if it's also attached to, generically good effects. This, I don't think there's any particular synergy here. It's just more ramp. And then a nice 36 lands. I approve.
The Veggie stamp of approval.
Okay. Let's talk about upgrading this deck. I have a couple little nitpicky things, and then I'll get to the overall concept. This is running Feed the Swarm, but it's Jund. We don't need to Feed the Swarm. Feed the Swarm is good, or Feed the Swarm is played because typically
Black has no access to
enchantment removal. Also good for Dimir or something like this. But this is sorcery speed, and you lose life. There are so many other spells that are that could be in this deck that do this and better. Yeah, I'll let you all find those. I would run many things over this. We've mentioned this already, but I would dump some of these tutors. I think it is too many tutors. We have the ones that we need. Okay. That's the quick one of those. So this deck, just because of its game plan, suffers from one big problem. So you go, great, here's Beamtown Bullies. I'm going to put some scary thing into play under one opponent's control. And they go, oh no, I'm going to lose the game. This causes me to lose the game. And you're like, yes, that's what the deck does. And then your other two opponents go, oh,
we don't like it. Kill you.
Kill you. and you've used your resources to this point. All you have in play is one Beamtown Bullies and one dead opponent.
I feel like that's a victory in my heart, though.
It is. But
and then you kill the person you most want to go get a drink with, or lunch, or whatever.
Yes. But what if you like all of the people and you wanted them all to be dead so you can all go and get lunch?
We all have favorites.
That's true. But maybe in case you've made reservations for 4. We can adjust the game plan to be able to take out multiple people at a time. Because the Beamtown Bully specifies target opponent whose turn it is, so you have to wait until it is an opponent's turn to be able to give them a scary thing. But it is a tap ability. So if we put in something like Sting the Glinting Dagger...
lets you untap multiple times. Cute.
Then yes, right? Because that's
annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely kick you in the shins.
Yes. That I think is a good time. Or this is my very sneaky ad. if you have Marvin in, you can play this ahead of time, and people are like, this does nothing. And you're like, correct. This has no abilities right now. And then you play your Beamtown Bullies, and you suddenly have 2 instances of this effect. Because your Marvin, which already has been in play and is not summoning sick, can also use this ability.
Someone is suggesting Seedborn Muse. I was also thinking Strionic Resonator.
Yes, but the problem with Strionic Resonator...
You need multiple targets.
You need multiple targets, but also the Beamtown Bullies only works on the player whose turn it is.
Oh.
So if you copy it, you can only give the same person 2 bad things, but with like Marvin or Seedborn or Sting, you can wait till the next person's turn.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to answer a question in the chat and also welcome our new viewers. Drunken is asking how you get your deck roasted or, in this case, destroyed on the channel by us. It's for our Commander show. It is our patrons. So if you would like more information, you can check out the link down below. We'll put a link in the channel for you guys, for everybody who's on Twitch. And then for our raiders, Maultown, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you guys coming in. Veggie and MTGNerdGirl, and today we are going over our patron deck techs. If you guys would like to see the lists, we have a Moxfield account with all of these loaded up for you, so you guys can follow along and check out the decks, make suggestions of your own, because I know the owners of these decks love going through the comments and talking with you guys about those decks. And you guys can also jump into the Discord and talk to the owners and make suggestions and stuff as well, and share your own lists in the channel. But yes, you can get your deck featured here on the show every single month by being one of our decked out patrons. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Okay, yes. So, some things to get multiple activations of Beamtown Bullies would be great. Also, again, the deck is like, oh, it is big and scary, so people will target you. So if you are playing sorcery speed discard, you have to go, okay, I'm gonna put this leveler in my graveyard, pass?
Yeah.
Because ideally, because since the Beamtown Bullies has haste, you're playing it on your turn, like your turn 3, your turn 4, and immediately giving something a scary thing. So, do you want it to be in your graveyard already? I would swap as many of these sorcery speed discard spells out for instant speed ones, and there's a bunch of versions of that, like Thrill of Possibility and many copies of that, so that you can just go, yeah, I'll pass, great, right before I untap, pitch big scary thing, go for Beamtown Bullies, and give somebody a scary thing.
The problem is that you were talking about doing it the turn Beamtown Bullies comes into play on turn 3 or 4, you said. So you wouldn't have the mana to do the instant speed one anyway. You needed a cheaper, probably sorcery speed one to make that happen. Because most of the ones that you're talking about are probably 4 mana.
Nope.
No?
No, there's lots of this effect, like exactly this. Discard a card, draw 2.
You're still just not able to do that the turn you play Bullies on 3 or 4 and then use it at instant speed to activate the Bullies. If you're assuming you're playing the Bullies the second that you can.
Oh, I see. I am. That is not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying, let's say, it's your turn 3 and you haven't ramped at all. Instead of going, okay, on my turn, yes.
Okay, that you can do.
Yes, all you're trying to do is look less scary for
the previous
for
turn.
Less time, right?
Gotcha.
Because you if somebody sees you put scary creature in graveyard, they know what is coming. They're like, we have to kill this player before they do the scary thing, because I could be the one that loses.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have anything in your graveyard, that's just maybe they don't have it. So that just gives you more of a chance to survive that rotation. But I would also include the 4 mana ones that I think you were thinking of, because that gives you more of the, like, okay, you've got 4 mana untapped, you're like, I don't have anything, I'm not going to play the Beamtown Bullies, there's nothing in my graveyard, but you can then do your big score, or unexpected windfall at the end of their turn. You get that little bit of ramp. You can both play the Beamtown Bullies and maybe something to help you untap it all in the same turn. But yeah, I would swap these two instant speed stuff.
All right. So overall, Veggie, you're feeling like this is a deck that probably couldn't be played on the show?
I think it would be very hard. I've seen some silly builds of this where it is honest group hug, where you're giving people good stuff instead of bad stuff.
That's silly.
But I think that's the only way that we could guarantee this deck would be able to do a thing that's fun and entertaining while also giving us an episode that we can air.
Now, we did play around with the idea of a Christmas Bad Santa, where all 4 decks were trying to give each other bad things, like Blim, and this would be the creature version, so that could be just kind of silly. It would probably be a 10-minute episode, but,
Yeah.
but it would be pretty funny.
Exactly.
So overall, thank you. We really like the build itself. I think it's a pretty fun looking deck. Thank you so much, Kai. I really do appreciate you being a patron and supporting the content. For those of you guys who are just coming in, welcome to our Patreon Deck Tech. Another person is asking how to get your deck on the show. You got to sign up for our Patreon. There is a link down below in the description. It tells you about how to get your deck on there, and it has links to all of these decks that you can check out as well. All right, you ready to move on to the next one?
Sure. I can talk for forever about things, but...
Do you have a few more things that you wanted to include before we moved on?
You know what? I'll make one point here. This is my last thing. This card, because I have some recency bias here. This card, yes, it is good. It is good for the deck because it puts your things into your graveyard, but you have no control over what you're putting into your graveyard. It is just generic mill. And there are so many decks that can make better use of this because this is symmetrical. Everybody gets to mill equal to untaps. Literally last night, playing Commander, Mesmeric Orb comes down for a player that wants to mill themselves, and every or 2 out of the other 3 players were like, "Oh, I can absolutely use this," and one player ended up using it much better than the player that cast it. So I would swap this out for something that only mills you, or just can it altogether. A good replacement, I think, would be Ripples of Undeath or Palantir of Orthanc from Lord of the Rings, both which give you card advantage and mill yourself.
Okay.
That's it. Yes, be careful with your Mesmeric Orbs.
Good advice, I think. All right, so next up, guys, we do have a half an apple is the patron, and we are going to be taking a look at River Song, Doctor Who card. You like the Doctor Who cards?
I do. I'm still building decks from that set.
Yeah.
I'm still building new decks from that set. I think that is exactly the kind of Magic that I want to play. They're all weird, but not super broken, but like... they're all fun. I have not built this one yet, so I'm glad that we get to look at it.
Now, were you a Doctor Who fan before? So are you like biased, or you just love the build of the cards?
That's the thing is like, I have watched through from season I watched through the 9th, 10th, and 11th Doctors and part of 12, but not more than once. So like I am familiar with it. I enjoyed the show, but I would not say that I'm like a super fan. These cards both, I was like, oh, do I remember this character? I do. This is super flavorful. This is fun. And there were so many characters like from the earlier seasons or just like minor characters. I was like, I don't remember this character at all. I have no connection to it, but the mechanics are very fun.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and learn a little bit about River Song. You want to tell us about her?
Yeah. So she draws from the bottom of your deck instead of the top. Already weird and fun. And her other ability, if an opponent scries, surveils, or searches, then she gets a +1/+1 counter and then deals damage to the player that did that thing equal to her power. I love this card because it scales with the table really well, because the more powerful decks are doing more scries and surveils and searches, and they are the ones that are getting then blasted in the face for doing those things.
Yeah. I mean, that includes all of the fetches.
All the fetches, yeah. The new Surveil lands also doing that. Any tutors, like...
Pardon my reach.
Those players are getting punished for it. This build is very fascinating because we're looking at a kind of group hug, kind of group slug build specifically. They said this is quote what if playing against Nekusar didn't suck.
What is the title of the spoilers? Okay.
Spoilers, because that is one of her taglines. Actually, her ability is even
spoilers.
That.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it does not live up to that quote because that's already a high bar of what if playing against Nekusar didn't suck. I specifically last night playing Casual Commander had this issue where I was playing mono blue and I was like, well, the only thing that my deck does is draw cards. And I need to not get hurt when that happens. So I just have to kill your commander over and over and over again. And neither of us has a good time. But yeah, let's see the angle for this. So, as far as some of the creatures, we see like some group hug all-stars, Kami the Crescent Moon, everybody gets to draw extra cards. Great. Consecrated Sphinx and Fairy Mastermind. Oh, hey, by the way, I gave you extra cards. I would also like to then get extra cards off of those things. But we're also benefiting from our own additional card draw with stuff like Alondra. But then also Group Slug, we're damaging the opponents for drawing cards with Razorkin Needlehead. Some stuff. Time Stream Navigator is the auto-include for your River Song deck, because normally this card is pretty bad. It has to survive, and you have to hit the City's Blessing, and then you have to pay 4 and put it on the bottom of your library to take an extra turn. But if you are drawing from the bottom of your library, this is essentially going to let you take infinite turns as long as you have a way to draw and cast it, since you know you always have access to it. That's the real powerful thing this deck can always has access to that like other decks can't do. But let's take a look at some of the other weirder includes. You have Noble Benefactor, which I am a big fan of at face value. It dies, everybody gets to search for anything and put it in their hand. Everybody gets a tutor.
You used to play that a lot more on the show, but I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, I haven't had decks that really wanted it. Because I do try and lean into, like, I like it when it's flavorful. And in this deck, it works. Because your opponents have to second guess whether or not they want that tutor. Because if they search, they get shot by River. And she gets bigger. But they can decline. But then you are declining a tutor.
When everybody else is tutoring.
Right.
Yep. And that gets scarier and scarier the bigger she gets.
Mm-hmm. Now, another way that you can get your opponents to search their libraries is by this kind of effect, where you're like, okay, destroy non-basic land, replace it with a basic land. Krenko's Buzz Crusher is nice because it doesn't even target, so you can hit whatever lands you want. You can kill all of Airball's Lotus Fields. It's great. But again, this is optional. It's an optional search, so your opponent is like, well, I don't want to like just get my land blown up, but if I search and replace it with a basic land, I get shot.
Oh, yeah. It's going to get worse and worse. That's cute. There are a lot of cute little things here that make your opponents have to make some less than fun decisions. Mm-hmm. Value for damage.
Right.
It's just a resource.
Right. And then I do think the cheeky Zozu the Punisher in here to then add another layer of like, okay, do I let them just blow my land up? Or if I put a new one out, I also take 2 damage and I get shot by River.
Take a bunch of damage.
Right.
Before we move on to the sorceries, I wanted to answer a quick question from Alejandro, who is asking if they were to sign up for the Patreon hypothetically right now, would you be interested in doing extra deck techs, or would you want to save it for the next one?
In this current moment?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a scary can of worms to open.
Now, you would have to sign up at the appropriate tier, and you could sign up right now and submit your list for the next show. And we basically do a show every time we get 8 decks, which right now is about monthly, but we would do more if we had more deck lists. But I don't know, Veggie, are you ready to get some coffee and go all night if people are interested?
If you can sign up and get your deck submitted by the time that we're done, by the time we hit the last deck. So it has to be before we start the final deck. Then I'd say I could do it.
And you do have some time. We've got I think this is deck 3 or 4, and there's 9 decks, so you would have to sign up in the next hour or so.
Yeah.
If you sign up, you can submit your list in the Discord or here, and we'll get it sorted.
Yeah, but I'd be down.
I keep playing on my phone because I'm like talking to you guys on here. So.
Okay, so this leads us down the path of okay. There are not a lot of effects like Noble Benefactor, but there are a lot of effects like Cranker's Buzz Crusher. You have Cleansing Wildfire, Geomancer's Gambit, and From the Ashes, and Sundering Eruption, all which are destroy an opponent's land, and then they have the option of searching and replacing it with a basic. Yeah. So you either get a cheap Stone Rain, or you get to hit your opponent for some damage and buff up River. I do think it is very funny that this deck's concept was, what if playing against Nekuzar didn't suck? And then the angle is land destruction. So I can't say that it quite lives up to that concept, but I think there's not I know that there are not a lot of ways to get your opponents to scry or surveil or search, period. In fact, as far as I could tell, there were only there was only one way total in the game to force an opponent to scry. We'll get to that in a moment. I think there is absolutely no way to force an opponent to surveil. And I think there's maybe only one way to force an opponent to search. All of them are optional, and this is pretty much that's your option. Yeah, so you have to build it this way, I think. Here is the only way to force your opponent to scry. And you have to give them 2 treasures to do it. Yeah, three mana. You pay the optional cost. You draw 3 cards. Not a bad rate. 3 mana, 3 cards. But an opponent gets to make 2 treasures and scries 2. Okay, so now looking at the instance, we see a lot of these effects like Anticipate, Impulse, Brainstorm, things that allow us to manipulate the top of the library. Because now we have 2 ends of the deck that we have access to cards from. Because River is allowing us to draw from the bottom, but we can look at and manipulate the top of it. So we're like, great, I'm going to Brainstorm, draw 3, and put 2 cards that I don't care about and I don't want to draw on the top, and draw fresh cards from the bottom. So you're getting a lot better card selection as you go through the game. Spell Crumple is another one that is an auto-include in this deck, because you are guaranteed to always have a counter spell in your hand, since it puts the spell that you counter on the bottom of the library, but then puts itself also on the bottom of your library. Okay. Artifacts, we are doing a little bit of ramp. Giving River lifelink is cute, because you're gaining life off of her trigger. Yes, the Belligerent is another way to get access to the top of your own library. We also saw the Reality Chip, because same thing, having access to top and bottom. That's twice as much than the other players have. We have some generic ways to be able to protect her with Greaves, Swift Boots, Wing Boots, so many boots. She has a nice shoe collection.
I was wondering what the obsession was with boots.
Right.
Blackblade Reforged just to make her bigger for the shooties?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it is just equal to her power.
So that seems cool. Are there any other cute ways to abuse that?
I think these are generally the only ways that they've got, but because that's a trickier thing to do is like have a big permanent boost to power in blue and red. And that's why we're seeing a lot of it kind of here in artifacts. And then Howling Mine, we still have this light group hug theme. Sure. Enchantments, Descent into Avernus. This is group slug. You're giving people resources, but also dealing damage. I just generally like this card. It's a good time. More group hug, giving people more cards. More group slug, take damage equal whenever you tap your lands for mana. Group slug, sulfuric vortex. Everybody's taking damage and can't gain life. Psychic Surgery is a fun card in this deck because all of your effects that are causing your opponents to search also make them shuffle. So you can then manipulate whatever the next card that they draw is. Then we have 33 lands, but we're running 4 MDFCs. I think this is pretty fine. And we have a lot of drawing effects. So, cool. There is the base of the deck. The request from Half an Apple or what was tell me I did a good job and also maybe upgrade it. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good job. You found all of the things, like there are so few things that allow you to do this from your end, and you found I think almost all of them. Generally you just have to hope your opponents are doing these things and then laying into the drawing from the bottom of your deck. But I think this has pretty much everything that forces your opponents to do it.
Yeah, I like that build. Like, the force is cute, but I feel like as long as the build is strong enough on its own, then taking advantage of what they already have is a good start.
Mm-hmm. So.
Oh.
Ooh.
No.
No.
It's a different color.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. I'm looking for my second suggestion that makes Veggie excited.
Also, I guess notable, since on the topic of different colors, one of the mechanics from this set was Doctor's Companions being able to add additional colors with a second creature in your command zone. River Song can't do this. She is a Time Lord, but she is not a Time Lord Doctor, which is the only. You have to specifically have those types only to be able to have a Doctor's Companion. So even something like Morophon that has Changeling can't do that. She cannot. Only is it colors. Some things to add. In the lands, you can run Trenzalore Clock Tower, which is a Doctor Who land. It probably won't do a lot, but it is like something else. If you get 12 time counters on it, you can sacrifice it to draw a new hand and shuffle your graveyard in. Only works if you control a Time Lord, which she does not specify Doctor, so this works with her. And there were a couple, I want to say, did we have Proliferate on like Experimental Augury? There might have been one other Proliferate something in here. So there's a little extra value you might be able to get there, but it's an untapped blue source, so why not? Might as well. It's 50 cents. Ghost Quarter, I think, is one of the few effects that would make your opponent search their library that is not in this deck. Because we have Demolition Field, we have Field of Ruin, but we have Volatile Fault. Yeah. But throw a Ghost Quarter in there. That's one of the few ones that I think it was missed.
Okay. Someone in the chat is saying that the Atali is not doing anything for the deck. I think it's just a good card that wins games. is it? I feel like the Atali is not particularly out of place. You're going to have cards that don't synergize specifically.
And I do want to point out, it is even better than just generic strong card. You have a lot of top deck manipulation in this. You have Brainstorm, Brain Surge. You are going to be able to put a card on top of your deck and leave it there for a long time to set that up because you're drawing from the bottom.
Checks out.
What else did I have? So one of the things I did feel like this deck struggled with was being spread across a bunch of things that it's trying to do. So we're trying to maximize Riversong's abilities, drawing from the bottom of the deck and getting your opponent to search. It's also trying to do this group hug thing of getting your opponents to draw. But I felt like it didn't quite have enough of these effects. So I would say either cut it or lean into it harder. We have Kami the Crescent Moon. There's a Howling Mine in here. Dictate of Crucifix. Not much more than that. If you're gonna go that direction, then there's a brand new card in Foundation's Scrawling Crawler, which is a 3-mana creature. Opponents take damage when they draw, but you also make everybody draw on your upkeep.
Okay.
And then maybe just I guess more of these effects. I don't know though. It feels like it feels like two things that like are in these colors but don't necessarily synergize. So sure, either lean in harder or scale back. It's also trying to kind of do the group slug thing with the Razorkin Needlehead, with Zozu.
And your enchantments.
And the enchantments.
Descend.
Yeah, Descend and Mana Barbs and Sulfuric. But again, it's like, I don't know if they do enough with the number that you have, so either go harder or pull back. In particular, the Mana Barbs has no synergy that I can identify. It is a funny card. I like the card, but you don't have anything that this is working with.
I think the general premise is like, I've seen that in other decks where it's like they play lands, they die, they search lands, they die, they scry and draw, they die, they tap and play spells, they die. So it's just, I think it's different ways of whittling down your opponents from all different angles, like kind of like the Valgavoth precon, where it was like, if they played a land, they took a damage and the Valgavoth did the thing. If they attacked me, they took a damage and the Valgavoth,
Right, but the difference there is then the Valgavoth did the thing.
Yeah.
And you are guaranteed to have that card every game since it's in the command zone. So I'm not sure that this deck benefits from having those angles in it.
Agreed. I just remember really liking the feeling of like, well, if you tap your mana, you take a damage.
Right.
When you play your spells, you take a damage. When you play your land, you take a damage. It felt nice.
Mm-hmm. But I particularly like the Valgavoth then also drawing cards for it.
What if is it every player does that, right? There's the Warhammer 40K, whenever they take a damage, it deals 3.
Oh yeah, Gearsenstarn?
Like you would want stuff like that with that. And then you need to wait another way to break parity.
I think that'd be a very fun direction to take this deck. But you would have to overhaul it, I think, pretty seriously.
But I just mean that's the kind of card you would want if you were to be in that direction.
Yes. Okay. I knew there was a big point to make here. So if you're doing group hug and you're feeding people a bunch of cards, then your opponents are less incentivized to do these things. If they're just drawing cards off of you anyway, then why do they need to scry? Why do they need to surveil? And why do they need to search?
Or tap their land to sack it to get a land if they have plenty of regular untapped lands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they have the things that they're going to need, they don't need to then do these other abilities to find them. So that there is a conflict between those two game plans.
I like that.
I think the last thing is some quick cuts for me. Lava Spur Boots, I think, does not do enough. You don't really care about giving Riversong haste, and it doesn't really protect her that much. Just ward 1.
It is kind of threefold, right? You don't care that much about the haste. The ward 1's not that great. The +1's not that great, but the +1, it deals more damage. It sort of does a lot of things. So
Yeah.
I understand the pick.
I could see it.
The +1 is probably relevant on her.
Yeah. I would cut the Belligerent. It's nice to have access to the top of your deck, but there's so few things in this deck that can actually crew this to be able to do that thing for you. Aside from River, which like you could reasonably do that. There are not many creatures that have 3 power.
Yeah. You need at least 2 creatures, and the creature count is pretty low overall.
Exactly.
So you're not likely to have 2.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Expedition Map, I didn't feel like this found anything super relevant. It does guarantee that you get like one like the Field of Ruin Demolition Field kind of effect. But hopefully we're getting one of those things naturally anyway from the other stuff. Yeah. That's what I got. I think this is very fun. I think you did a really good job of finding the ways to get Riversong to consistently like be relevant with her second ability, which is so hard to do. And then I think just choosing a direction or narrowing down the direction for the deck would be a big benefit.
All right. Thank you so much, Half Eaten Apple, for the deck submission and being a part of our Patreon. I really do appreciate it. It means so very much to us. Veggie, would this be something you would be willing to play on the show?
Oh, totally. Yeah, weird deck, specific deck build with like strange payoffs. Absolutely.
Oh, and also to be clear, when I ask is it something you'd be willing to play on the show, it's not because we don't like the deck. It would be because like either it's too high power or like maybe singles one opponent out and kills someone too quickly. We try to avoid some of those games because then people are mad in the comments.
Yeah, you could have a really good stacks deck, but we're not going to put that on the show because people are generally not entertained by watching that.
So my question of would we play it on the show is more just about our style and fit, not about an actual negative of the deck.
Yeah. Does this make for good content?
Yes. Next up, we have a deck from Wesley. Wesley, thank you so much again for submitting. Real quick, I'm going to pop up. We do have a brand new patron. Someone took us up on our deal. So Alejandro is going to get added to the list, and after the show, I'll add your deck list to our show, so people can find your deck list on our channel.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much, my friend.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick moment just because it is very warm in here.
Okay, I can open the window.
I'm gonna to change it on something a little more comfortable, and I think steal one of your waters or something.
Yeah, you don't want to strip in front of our lovely group.
Woo!
All right. For those of you guys who are on YouTube, thank you guys so much for being fans of the show and following our content. I really do appreciate it. For those of you guys who are on Twitch, I want to say how much we really appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot to us. Real quick, while I'm here, I might as well share our page that we use for our community deck techs. This way, all of you at home can have links to all of the decks if you are interested in finding them. So here is our profile. We do have one for the Commander Countdown as well as one for the regular show for all of the decks that you would see featured on our channel. So you guys can find both of those. But here's the one to our deck lists right now. So that way, again, just so you guys have them, I don't want you guys not able to follow along if you wish. $25 worth it. Yeah, and you can submit a deck list every single month. You'll get signed Patreon tokens from our guests and staff every single month. At the $10 tier, you get behind the scenes and Patreon polls and all sorts of goodies for being a part of the show. We are trying to hit a goal to stay weekly for Decked Out, and we are about $500 or $600 away from that goal to stay weekly for all of 2025. You can't eat chips on the stream.
Yeah, I can.
They're so crunchy.
ASMR.
You're gonna crunch?
I don't know. I was.
All right, so I'll be talking now because Veggie's eating, but you don't want me to do that because I'm bad at the deck techs. Anyway, that's all the information about our Patreon. Thanks, guys. Wesley, My Soldier's Rage is the title of the deck, and we're going to be talking about Mural Shield of Agrive? Argive. Yeah. I flipped the R and the G in my brain. Elspeth's Champion. Pretty straightforward, right? Soldiers, 1/1s, emblem, creatures, attack things. I don't know.
Yeah.
See, I'm doing just as well as Veggie here.
It's easy. So, this deck from Wesley, we were given the goal to cut some good cards and add more flavorful or fun cards. They felt that maybe there were some like generically good cards that were in there just because they're good.
I feel like it would be faster if you just ate. Because you're eating slower and talking slower to no one's benefit.
Can I say one of these?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, let's see what the commander does. I know what it does because I definitely played this a lot in Limited. I'll tell you guys about the commander. So it's a soldier. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. And when it attacks, you get to create X 1/1 soldiers, artifact, creature tokens, where X is the number of soldiers you control. And she herself is a soldier, so you're always going to get at least the 1 if she's going into the red zone. Elspeth's Champion, that makes soldiers. There's so many soldiers.
Yes. Yeah, this is a very, very soldier-focused deck. Oh, I lost my... Yeah. All right. So, creatures, relatively, like, a little bit lower than average for a creature-based deck because there are so many spells that make soldiers as well.
And the Planeswalker you can count.
Exactly. Okay, so you do have to dig back a little bit to get, like, all the cards that care about soldiers, since it's been a less supported creature type for a little while outside of Brothers War.
Which was specifically Azorius, so you're going to miss out on a ton of the support that was printed.
Yes. Yeah, we like Ballyrush Banneret back from Morningtide to reduce your soldiers, and Dar Warchief from Scourge to reduce your soldier spells. And then they do just have like some pretty solid effects. Bounty Agent happens to be a soldier and reads Sacrifice, Destroy Target Commander. Because it's, legendary permanent artifact, creature, or enchantment.
It's a tap ability?
It's a tap and sack.
Oh, okay, yeah. I saw the tap and I saw Destroy, and I was like, wait a minute. But yes, that is much better.
Yeah, I think you're thinking Intrepid Hero, which is just a tap ability to destroy creatures with power 4 or greater.
There's also a Rakdos legendary creature that I've had in a binder forever, and before I played Commander, I thought that would be my first Commander that I would make because it seemed mean. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a spider lady looking.
Sabo Tavak.
That was the card I pulled aside to be my first Commander back in the day.
Yeah, you would.
I never built it.
We'll make it happen. Okay, so yeah, we have other soldier lords, field marshal, what other soldiery stuff. This one I believe is this is funny. This turns any soldier into a fog. You can just sack a soldier and prevent all combat damage when we tell this turn.
I don't know that I knew that card. I don't think I knew that card existed.
It's very funny. This is
the actual meat shield.
Right. Yeah, you turn them into fog. Preeminent Captain. This used to be worth like a bunch because I might have gotten reprinted or something. But anyway, it's like that Goblin card, but bad. Yeah, you attack and put a soldier from your hand on the battlefield tapped and attacking.
Intrepid Hero. That's a card I used to use in my mono white deck when I first started playing. Right? Yeah, I definitely had that in my deck.
Yeah, it still holds up. Just tap, destroy most things that are scary.
Wow, I have like all the white bordered ones of those, so you'd probably like it.
Yeah, from like 8th or 9th edition or something.
I think it's like 7th.
I mean, yeah, probably was in that too. Okay, yeah, so there are a lot of like soldiery things.
Oh, but you also have Toby. That's a cute added here.
Right?
Because it's not a warrior, but you make a lot of tokens, and they're all going to get flying, which is like a cute version to get around the not having Azorius, because Harbin is the Azorius soldier flyer dude.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a few cards here that go outside of the soldier creature type, but they're all for pretty good reason.
Yeah.
So like you have that, you have like Wandering Rescuer, which I think more people should play. I've not seen anybody playing this card. With all of the soldier tokens that you have out, this is practically free.
And I assume Benny as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a soldier.
Not a soldier, wherever it is. Yes. And you are drawing at each end step that you make a token, which there are a lot of instants that can make soldiers. So that's extra value.
Mondrak.
Yes, more double your tokens. And then we also have like some human synergies because most of the soldiers are also humans. Great. So we have this package of like some soldiers, some human synergies, and also just generically good cards that happen to be one or more of those types. Sorceries, nice and simple. Board wipe, board wipe, board wipe. But we get the advantage of the Convoke board wipes that are able to dodge your soldier tokens, which is I always support a semi one-sided board wipe here. And then Farewell, boo. Instants. Again, we have lots of ways to, at instant speed, make some soldiers. I thought there were more, but also I looked at a lot of decks. There's Call the Coppercoats, which makes a ton. I really like Galadriel's Dismissal. I think this is a card that people should be playing more of, because it does everything that you want. For just 1 mana, you can either save one of your things. It even saves you from like Farewell, because it phases out. You can blank one of your opponent's like attackers, or like turn off their commander for a turn, or you can pay 4 mana and save all of your stuff, or ensure that you can alpha strike a player. You just like, oh great, I'll phase out all of your creatures and then I'll swing. It's great.
There is another one for 3 mana that gives like +1/+1 vigilance and indestructible. I feel like this big wide soldier deck is probably the deck that kind of wants that for a big alpha strike.
Yeah, because the vigilance on that is super relevant too, to be able to then still have blockers left.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
It is
on something.
Yes, on something.
Help me out, chat. It's the game we play.
Unbreakable Formation.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then just like some basic removal and protection. Great. Seems good.
So the question is, did that count as my second suggestion? You didn't look happy. 1.5?
Sure.
All right, I'm at 1.5.
Artifacts, coat of arms will make your soldiers real big. You're in mono color, so commander's play is strong. Yeah, mana. The haystack here is pretty cute to be able to phase out your creatures, because that generally covers all removal.
I assume Horn of Gondor is soldiers.
Oh yeah.
That card is messed up.
Mm-hmm. Now, notable, it makes tokens equal to the number of humans that you control, but again, the soldiers are often humans.
Yes.
And Throne of the God Pharaoh here is pretty mean because you are dealing damage to each opponent equal number of tapped creatures you control at your end step. And I believe, I don't think Myral has them come in attacking, right? But you will be swinging with a bunch of stuff.
Is like Adeline soldiers? I didn't see Adeline in the list.
I'm pretty sure Adeline is soldiers.
Maybe she is messed up in Commander.
She does not. She's a knight that makes humans. So there.
It would be good for the human synergies.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's just like a generically strong card, too.
Because you have the Human Lord, the Horn, and I mean, honestly, I just had that in like a general tokens deck, and it absolutely cleaned up.
Right. Speaking of generic tokens deck, Anointed Possession, Mobilization I thought was a very cute find. I don't think this has been printed recently, but it does it hold up today? Not really, I don't think, but if you're gonna find all the cool soldier stuff, then this is it.
That's the kind of card I would put in the deck for sure.
Right. Reconnaissance, another nice, like, oh, I can swing with whatever I want and not have to worry about it, and then Trouble in Pairs, because card good. 37 lands, bunch of planes, great. Let's take a look at what we can do with this.
Wow, 37 lands. That now, I know you're going to be happy with that, but that seems like too many for white weenies.
Well, it is that, but white only has so much that it can ramp. I'm happy with it because we also don't have a ton of card draw either.
Yeah.
So like, if you get screwed, you get screwed real bad. So
yeah, Benny Brax. I'm trying to think of anything else that would be like repeatable card draw that would maybe fit the soldier theme or at least not hinder it too much, but. That would be... Oh, he's a soldier, too. That's cute. Mentor. I didn't know he was a soldier. I think that's like the third time I remember saying I didn't know he was a soldier. Okay, that's cute.
Yeah. So, like, it exists, but I'm pretty okay with the high land count because you just have less consistency there on being able to fix the problem if it exists.
2 less lands and 2 more card draws. Yeah. The nerd girl way.
Okay, so we are here to cut generically good cards that are not specifically synergistic for more on-theme or fun ones. There were some very early, like, ones to identify here. Farewell. Cut Farewell. This card, like, it is only played because of what it does. Because of how powerful it is, but it has no synergy with this deck whatsoever. If you have to play it, you are also not happy about it. It seems like an easy swap for something like Austere Command, which you can use to eliminate the larger creatures and leave your soldiers still standing. There's like you could probably put in a cute like split up in here, the 3 mana board wipe from Duskmourn that either destroys all tapped or all untapped creatures, because that gives you an opportunity for a very cheap one-sided board wipe.
This one's cute. It's a creature, Darien King. Whenever you're dealt damage, make that many 1/1 white soldier tokens.
That is a very fun card. That and it lets you kind of change your strategy a little bit to like just swing out, leave yourself open, and be like, okay, would you like to make the problem worse?
Also, Brimaz, cat soldier makes cat soldiers.
Yes.
So I like that.
Yeah, on attack and block.
Oh, here talk?
Maybe a little pricey.
It is.
But I don't mind triple tokens.
It is pricey, certainly.
Other things I know there were like 2 others where I was like, for sure cut these if we're looking at Commander's Plate. This is like the definition of auto include for a monocolor deck that is just like, oh well, it good. I always find this card like boring. It is very strong. It is very good. But that's certainly one that can go. Plus, this is Knight's Armor. We're in a soldier deck. Negative flavor points. And Trouble in Pairs. Again, very, very good card. But it's not really soldiery. It doesn't have specific synergies with the deck.
Now every time I look at that card, I think I'm sad because of the art theft. So I did suggest things that were good for the deck, but that was not the assignment. The assignment was things that are cool. And I like this guy. The Steward of the same thing. Is he in the deck?
No, I don't think he's in the deck.
Baird?
Yeah. A mini ghostly prison.
On a soldier body.
Yeah. I saw this some in one of the chats there. Oh yes. Yeah, Lorcana with Luke thank you for pointing this out because I think this is in my notes.
While you're noting, there's a new card, Dauntless Veteran, 2/2 for 3, that is a soldier, and when he attacks, he gives all creatures +1/+1. That's cool.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Enduring Innocence. Card draw.
Card draw. Not soldier though. Illegal.
Soldier Lord, you're not in there.
Oh, he's in there.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Okay. Urza's Incubator. Oh, we're gonna have this conversation multiple times because there was another one where I had the same note on if you're focused on a specific creature type, don't just jam Urza's Incubator in there. Look at the numbers on what it actually affects.
No. Stop listening to Veggie. Rescue Retriever. A 3/3 dog soldier with flash. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each soldier and prevent all damage that would be dealt to other attacking soldiers.
And cute dog.
And it's a dog! Put it in the deck. There's no excuse to not have... He's 69 cents! Nice! Look!
Well, it's 49 cents depending where you go.
Oh, I just picked the one that was there.
Yes.
How is this... Okay, the number one pick has to be in the deck. Look how cute he is.
There we go. And we're done.
Yep, you fix the whole deck, put the dog in. Okay, continue. Sorry. I was very excited.
Urza's Incubator. That's where we were. I think Urza's Incubator is pretty decent here. It comes down before Myrel. So if we take account of how many things you get max value out of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 things. That's pretty reasonable because that's not even counting the ones that you get a little bit of discount off of. That's counting creatures that you are getting a full 2 mana discount from. So I think it's okay here, but we will come back to that on a later deck list. There are a bunch of new things. You were looking at some of the Foundation stuff, like that new soldier. There's a lot of good stuff from Foundations, like Banner of Kinship, which is maybe better than Coat of Arms here because Coat of Arms is symmetrical and you're buffing your opponent's stuff as well.
I fixed it for you.
There we go. Yes, okay. HD Thousand Moon Smithy, I think would be pretty solid here.
Oh, I don't see this in here. Siege Veteran, Human Soldier. That thing was a standard playable forever.
Yeah, I believe that was. I want to say that was something they had in considering. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I could see it.
Oh, Caretaker's Talent. That's a great card for tokens deck. That's not like, Elish Norn busted.
Right.
Fits the assignment.
I had there's a 1-drop from Ixalan, Warden of the Inner Sky, which would be nice here because it is a soldier, and then you can tap your own creatures to continue to put counters on it and scry. And since this deck is a little bit weaker on card draw, and because of the land count, it helps to fix that problem consistently. You're always finding something that you want on top of your deck.
Defiler of Faith. Every time you cast a white spell, you get a soldier.
Yeah, we can Phyrexianize all of our soldiers.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not a spoiler.
What?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
All right. There's this disenchant here. It's a pretty disenchant, but I think this is pretty replaceable. My first thought was Cathar Commando, which is it does cost 1 more mana if you want to destroy an artifact or enchantment, but it's a soldier, and it's even like tutorable with some of your stuff, like Recruiter of the Guard can grab it. So it's like I think I like that better here. And then if you were looking for some fun includes, because those all I think are pretty reasonable, like as good stuff as well. There's Catapult Master, which is tap 5 soldiers, exile target creature, but I think it costs like 6 or something. I think I don't think it's that great, but I think there are so few things that are just that care about soldiers that would be a lot of fun. It's mono white. Nobody expects tricks on the stack out of mono white. I think Reprieve or Mana Tithe would be good to interact with other people's spells. And a very silly one would be Yes Man from Fallout. So it's a little group huggy. You draw 2 and pass it to somebody else, and then they can draw 2 and pass it to somebody else. But each time that happens, you put a counter on it, and then when it leaves the battlefield, you get a 1/1 soldier for every counter on it.
Okay. All right, Veggie. So final thoughts on the deck?
This is great. Mono white also not really my thing.
It's my thing. I would dibs this if it were submitted for us to play on the show. Would this be the appropriate power level and card type that we would want on the show?
I think this is great. It's super thematic and flavorful, especially since they outright said, "Hey, we'd like to make this more on theme as opposed to just generically powerful." There's a lot of cards here that you just would never see except for a deck like this.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that's a big plus. We would absolutely cut this farewell.
For the dog.
Yes.
If this were to be submitted through the Patreon for us to play on the show, I would either I would demand that they added the dog, or I would issue them a refund. Thank you so much, Wesley, for submitting a deck for today's Deck Tech and for being a part of the Patreon. You're helping us stay weekly for 2025 as we are trying to work towards that goal. All right. Next up, we've got Deadly Triggers by Broseph Stalin. Has submitted decks for us to play on the show before, and we're going to be looking at Teysa Karlov, which is one of my favorites. This is not the Teysa that I built first, but a Teysa was my first commander deck that I physically owned. So I do love me some Teysa Orzhov stuff.
Have you? I don't think you've played this one yet.
I have not on the show, no, but I have outside the show. But I can already see, just looking at the cards here at the start, that it's full of cards I love. This particular Teysa is a 2/4, and if a creature dying causes triggered abilities of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. The Death Panharmonicon. Creature tokens you control have Vigilance and Lifelink. All of these things I love. So, Veggie, let's jump into your notes here on the deck.
Yeah. Now, I'm especially glad that this is cards that NerdGirl likes the deck. because we have a very specific challenge from Broseph Stalin for this deck tech. They were inspired by a particular card in the 99 to build the whole deck.
Oh.
So we have to guess
what it is.
What was the card that inspired the deck.
Okay. Then I picked a really bad time to need a pee break, didn't I? All right, you start the creatures. I'll be right back. I'll hurry.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at Teysa Karlov, like aristocrat strategy, because that's when things die, double die. That's we're getting lots of little value. There's also a nice like life gain sub theme in here as well. But yeah, lots of token, many token. This has ways to loop Abdel Adrian infinitely if it needs to do that to get the win. But sometimes we're just sacrificing our stuff. Cruel Celebrant, Alice O'Core, Blood Artist effects while we have a sack outlet on board. Often those are also turning into other bits of value. Grim Haruspex is only triggered on non-token creatures, but you've got those to spare as well. Lures to bring almost everything on the screen back from the graveyard. And then, yeah. I like, so one of my early guesses for the inspiration from the deck was Delny because of the sheer number of triggers that this doubles. Because there could be some larger things in here, but really the only thing past like power 2 is Vein Ripper. And like that's probably just because the card is real good here. But everything else here is getting double triggers. So that is one of my picks for what I thought might have inspired the deck. The other one is a little sillier, but yeah, it is so much aristocratic stuff.
Does anybody else keep reading it as Fetish Panda? Or is it just me? That's what my brain fills in the blank. Every time I draft, I think it says Fetish Panda. And I'm like, that's a weird name. Just me then? Okay.
Yep.
Carry on.
Yep. Well, I guess here's the segue. Oddly enough, my other guess for inspiration for the deck is the Fetish Panda. Because there are only 2 cards from the new set in this deck, and this is one of them, and this seems to do kind of everything that the deck wants. There are so many little life gain triggers in it to make it bigger, and we're getting the double die trigger off of Teysa. This seemed, yeah, that was my second guess. Blasphemous Edict is the other one, which honestly new like staple in Black Commander decks. This card is really good. I had like some people on the internets trying to tell me that this was not good, and I'm like, are we reading the same card?
The internet's never wrong.
No. Yeah, and then we're tootin' and reanimating, and I don't like Hour of Revelation, but it does do a whole lot for 3 mana. Instance, we have a nice little removal suite. Anguish of Making, Despark, Mortify, Path Swords, a Village Rites, because we'll have so many spare little tokens to turn into cards, and some tutors. Artifacts. All right, so I am interested because I did play test all of these decks a handful of times just to get a feel for what they're able to do. I want to know how consistently Broseph is able to make enough life for the Aetherflux Reservoir to be relevant. Because I'm not sure that it quite gets there, except for looping Abdel Adrian, which I think at that point you win anyway. But also card cool. Yeah, because we're definitely not storming off for the first part. We were just trying to get to 50 life and blast somebody. Maybe this helps, getting double life gain.
You have also a lot of the sack drain guys, right?
You have a lot of the sack drain guys, but I feel like for me personally, if I'm running Aetherflux Reservoir, I don't want to just get up to like, I don't know, like 60 or something and then kill one player. I want to be able to like use it and then still be really comfortable. And I honestly don't know if this deck has enough life gain for me to be able to play that way.
That's fair. And if the argument is, well, it's to take out the last player, I think the idea is that you've then used so many of those drain abilities that 50's overkill at that point when you're down to the last two players.
Right. Ramp. Good. Love to see it put every rock you possibly can in. It is Orzhov. You need it. Okay. And then this is mean. This means no other player is going to get to keep creature on board. And then we have 33 lands, which is fine. The curve on this deck is very low. Of all the times that I tested it, I did not have any problems with mana. I think 33 is perfectly acceptable if your curve is this low. Plus, you have some ways to draw yourself out of it as well. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the inspiration, or should I continue to talk?
So my original thought on the inspiration was actually the fetish panda. And my reason is that it does the thing that the commander's doing.
Yeah.
So we want to do the thing, and you can't put fetish panda in the command zone.
Right.
So my thought process is maybe they were trying to find a commander that went hand in hand with their new favorite card from the new set. And who doesn't love a fetish panda?
That's right. Clip it. I think that's a pretty good guess.
The fact that he so beautifully does what the deck is trying to do, and he's not a legendary creature, is my biggest reasoning.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about some of the individual choices here and my thoughts on them. There's Damnation in here. This might be cool. This might be in here just because it's cool. What a piece of Magic history. But I'm never a fan of like just generic board wipe everything. Or if you're gonna do it, get some value out of it. There are I could think of two board wipes that are just straight up better, I think, here. There is just Damn. So you have the option of 2 black for destroy target creature, or pay 2 more to also destroy everything else. Or Kaya's Wrath, which is still 4 mana, still destroy all creatures, but you gain life equal to what you destroyed.
Okay.
This Resplendent Angel, big old nerd girl card. Do we think we're gaining 5 life in a turn consistently?
Well, she activates herself, but I agree that you want to be doing it. For Resplendent Angel to be good, you kind of want to be doing it without needing to dump the mana into her.
Right.
And I think you're right. Like, we have Zulaport Cutthroat and a bunch of other cards that are going to be gaining some amount of life, but not the full 5 that we would need. I do think that your point to the life gain Aether Flux Reservoir is correct. There's just not enough here. I would want to see other synergy cards that also work with the sack situation, like, I don't know, maybe Whip of Erebos.
Okay.
And cool cards that would help gain us life and activate the aristocrat cycle even more. Benefit us for sacking, bringing it back, doing stuff.
Yeah. Okay. The thing that I looked at here as I was testing was it seems to be light on card advantage. There are not a lot of things here that are guaranteed to get you ahead on cards. Like Archivist of Ogma requires your opponent to be searching for you to draw. People can either not be playing those effects or can play around this. Haruspex, I think, was the only like consistent source of card draw because you can trigger it yourself. But
Headless Rider, is that not the... No, that's the different one.
yeah, you're thinking Midnight guy.
Yep. Midnight Horseman or something.
Yeah, that would be good here, I think.
Especially because I think we're doing some shenanigans with Gravecrawler and other things.
Yeah. Lurrus can be card advantage, but you're not you don't have a way to dig for other things that you might need. Like if you need an answer to something, this does not help you to do that.
And also you want to be usually if you're looking for card advantage, you want like the little dog that draws you a card or the little like more ETB effects.
Yeah. Let's see the other things I was looking for. Yeah, there's just not much of it.
No Bastion of Remembrance.
No, not that either. But there is a Phyrexian Arena, and my thought upon seeing it was, does this hold up? I don't know if in a deck like this, I want to pay 3 mana for one more card, and not even immediately. It feels like even like a Morbid Opportunist would be better, because you could consistently sacrifice one creature on each player's turn and draw 4 every rotation for the same amount of mana. Or Dawn of a New Age is a 2 mana one that draws you at your end step. It just can, when you play it, you put a counter on it for every creature that you have, which is probably a good handful. And once it runs out of counters, then it's out of card draws. But and even like some of the one-time things, like there's one Village Rites here, but you could have like Deadly Dispute. There's a functional reprint of Village Rites. It's like Corrupted something. Or other things that just sacrifice for card draws. I felt like that I was missing that in this deck. Into the Pit would be fun. Into the Pit. Because I felt like that was a convenient solution to the problem. You can play off the top, but you just have to sacrifice a non-land permanent to do so. So for 3 mana, access to a bunch of cards off the top, and you're probably always able to sacrifice something.
And it's like free sack outlet if
right.
you need it. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a cute card.
Oh, and a card that I've been trying, I think has been cut a couple times off of decks for the show, but I think I'm gonna just keep it in for whatever the next one is. Body Count. This has so many of the Blood Artist effects that you're pretty much guaranteed to have Spectacle all the time, and draw a card for each creature that died on your control this turn, including token creatures. This kind of effect usually says non-token. This one doesn't. So for 1 mana, you can go like, great, sack my board of tokens and draw that many, plus all of the Blood Artist triggers that I had.
Mm-hmm.
But those are, I think, my thoughts.
How would this deck be fitting for the show?
Yeah, I think you've played multiple versions of this deck on the show. There are like it's got a pretty normal shell with some funner includes that you don't see as often. We haven't done this Teysa yet. So
yeah.
yeah.
What is your final guess for the card that inspired it all? I'm pandaing.
I think I am gonna go with Delny just because of how much absurd value, and it's a reasonable jump from like, oh, this is double triggers, but I'm just in, it's only white, to, oh right, the double triggers Teysa, and I can have Delny in the 99.
Yeah. And she does the same thing, right? Where she's really, really helping out with the overall theme of the original Teysa to begin with.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know that the maker of the deck is here, Broseph Stalin, but we'll make sure to submit our guesses to him in the Discord and check it out from there. Real quick, for those of you guys who are just joining us, we are live streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you guys hear us answer questions that are, that you're not seeing in the chat, just know that that's what we're doing. We are doing patron deck techs for our Commander show, Decked Out. We do these monthly, and you have to be a renowned patron, and you can submit a deck every single month. So yeah, thank you so much for submitting the deck, Broseph. We really do appreciate you. And we're going to head on over to the next deck list, deck number 6, submitted by Red. This is almost new Zimone, because there's 2 new Zimones, right? Because Foundations had one too.
This set had 2.
So Zimone Mystery Unraveler. Words.
Yeah. This one, this one I think is a very, very cool and unique effect. So your landfall, first trigger is Manifest Dread. Look at your top 2, put 1 face down on the board as a 2/2. And then if it's the second time, or if it's, as long as it's not the first time it's triggered, you instead flip something face up. So we're trying to do multiple lands in a turn and playing around with face down things. Now, specifically, Red's concept for this was cheating in big things by putting them face down and then flipping them.
That's cute.
With like kind of a beatdown style. So of course we have some big hits. Right, and their challenge, their specific thing that they want was to give some more interesting options for the beats. They were like, yeah, I have like Eldrazi in here, but that's kind of boring. Like everybody's just like, oh, right, you need generic big thing, put Eldrazi. And like opponents aren't like interested to see these. I want some stuff that makes people like go, oh,
Kona.
That's cool. Yeah. Well, I don't. That's I don't know if Kona gets that reaction, but
I like snacks.
Would at least get that reaction out of one person. So there you go.
Put the snacks in.
I do think that Kona is very good here. I don't know that people would be like, oh, cool.
It's better than an Eldrazi.
Yeah. And there are already some cool selections here, like the Ancient Bronze Dragon.
Yep.
And let's see. Well, yeah, this thing, I've never seen this card before. But protects all of your creatures. It seems pretty solid for uncommon. So they also have a bunch of ways to be able to put stuff face down on the board even without Zimone. So you have Vannifar, which cloaks a card from your hand at the beginning of combat. I think some of the other ones are in the other card categories. But yeah, we have other ways to get stuff face down. And then ways to play multiple lands. Dryad gives you an extra land drop. Oracle gives you an extra land drop. Sakura Tribe Elder gives you that second land drop.
Oh, if we're extra landing and ramping and stuff, can we put loot in here?
New loot? I think that would be ideal because it does the 2 things that you want. It both helps the Zimone thing of getting an extra land drop and
2.5?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because the other ability is cheat big thing into play, right?
It's extra ramp, and then you not only just cheat it into play, it's you tap and you can get it out of your deck. You look at the top 6 cards and you put it into play based on equal to or less than mana that you control, and at 6 to activate. But I mean, it's just 3 mana start ramping into it, which is really cute. And you can activate at 6, and so you can put some of this stuff in, but not the big Eldrazi's. But I imagine you'll still get to 8 reasonably well with this.
Yeah. Now I want to point out that some of these creatures may not make sense right away, but they're actually really good includes from red. In particular, so there you have a Rixmithes, Watcher in the Water, and something else. I think I'll remember in a moment, but those for sure. So like these are they're big strong creatures, but they take a while to get going. But not if you put them in face down and then flip them face up, because both of these come into play with a bunch of counters on them that it has to get rid of before being relevant. A Rixmithes is just simply not a creature until you've removed 5 counters from it. Watcher in the Water stays tapped until you've removed 9 counters from it. But if you put it face down and then flip it, none of those counters ever go onto the creature, so they are immediately online. A Rixmithes being a 12/12 for that amount that still taps for mana. And Watcher in the Water is a 9/9 that's also still giving you value from card draws. So that's a really cool use of this face down cheat plan. All of our sorceries are helping to give this extra land classics ramp. Wow. That's pretty nice when ramp also helps your actual game plan. So we have a bunch of spells that do that. We have a couple of things that are also helping us to put things into play face down, including Hide in Plain Sight, which is fun because you get to look at 5 and cloak 2 for 4 mana, which I think is a really good deal. Now keep in mind, Zimone does help you to flip these things face up, but you can just blink them. That works too.
Blinking's cute.
Mm-hmm. We have some nice interaction here. Again, blink good. The Head Shredder can get pretty ridiculous with this plan because you have a lot of things that manifest dread, but remember that the card that you don't manifest goes to the graveyard. So if you pick a land, that then goes onto the battlefield immediately, giving you a Zimone trigger. Mm-hmm. Really nice. Yeah, more stuff. This card is much better than anybody realizes. You get so much out of this.
Well, with the commander, you play your first land, and then it automatically flips whatever it is that you did.
Exactly.
That's very cute.
Let's see. Okay. Then we have nice, healthy 38 lands. Now this, we definitely want to have a higher land count because we are ramping a bunch. But also...
Where's the land that sacks and lets you get 2 of the same color basic? Myriad Landscape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops.
I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
I'm blind.
But that's nice. All of your fetches means that you're hitting a second land drop in a turn, whether they're, the big fetches or even just like Terramorphic Expanse or the Capenna ones. Yeah. Okay. So getting into this a little bit more, we want to update the beats. Eldrazi, boo. Other things, yay. There are 2 that I thought of that I thought were fun that you don't see played as much. I believe in this precon, there was a World Spine Worm. Just 15/15 trample and makes 3 more 5/5s when it dies. And then Triplicate Titan. No.
Right there.
There. Yeah. 9/9 Flying Vigilance Trample that also makes more creatures when it dies. Because there are a lot of big creatures out there, but you need specifically ones that don't, where the ETB is not the good thing. Since you're cheating them in and flipping them up, you do not get an enter the battlefield trigger when that happens.
Yep.
But you can use that as a cheat. Here is the one that I would include. Maybe? Where did you go?
I didn't see it. Oh, yeah, there it is. It was just a little delayed.
This is my include. It's a 6 power flyer, so sure it can do some damage. When it enters, you skip your next turn. Yikes. When it leaves play, you take an extra turn.
And if you're flipping it, it doesn't do that.
Exactly.
That's mean.
It can only ever leave.
That is super mean. Okay.
Yeah, I really like that. It goes along with the choices that Red has already done with like the Erixmithes and Watcher in the Water thing, where you're skipping the bad part of when they come in. If you want like funnier ones than that too, you can do the really bad like old like sea monsters. Because this used to be like a thing. They don't do this anymore because they're bad. But it used to be pretty common that you would have these big sea monsters in blue that are humongous, but would have massive drawbacks that made them almost unplayable. Here's a 12/12 trample that comes into play tapped, and when it comes into play, you have to sacrifice 5 lands. But just skip all of that. That's it. Even better, this one untaps itself when you play an island, so you can probably swing and untap, like because you're playing 2 lands a turn.
Yeah. Okay. That's cute. I like the manta the most.
Yeah.
That's very cute. All right. So to wrap things up, final thoughts on this commander. Where does this rank in the Zimone tier list?
I think this is either the coolest Zimone or the second. It's hard to compare between this one and the other Duskmourn one, the Prime Numbers Matter one.
That's the one that got played on the show. Mm-hmm. And we just played another Zimone, or we will be one on Monday for Foundations, but we haven't checked this one out on the show yet.
Yes. I really like this. I thought there were some good finds for it. The main like the main thing that I think is missing is this landfall trigger says if it's the first time it's a resolve this turn, you manifest. If it's any other time, you flip something up. That means that at most on your turn you get 1 manifest out of it. Mm-hmm. However, there are a lot of cards that let you put lands into play at instant speed, so you can get value out of this trigger on your opponent's turns. So I would swap some of the ramp around for like Growth Spiral, which is an instant, Harrow, which is an instant, Entish Restoration, Planar Genesis, any of the ramp that is at instant speed, so you can also manifest on your opponent's turns. So in a rotation, you're getting much more out of Zimone's abilities.
And that's why we have the fetches too. I mean, you could trigger her both times if you want, but I feel like more often than not, you just want multiple manifests. Because I feel like hitting big creatures will be harder. Like you'll be doing that less on the hits than you will be able to flip them.
Yes.
So I think that's pretty cool. It's interesting to me that you can use the theaters, the Capenna Tri fetches, right? But that's because they don't have mana pips.
Exactly.
Which is stupid commander rule. I think that goes against the spirit of commander, but whatever. That's fine. I will complain about that later. Dark Depths is in here. Trying to think of what else. There's also a lot of instants and sorceries that allow you to sack a land, search for 2 lands, put those onto the battlefield. Some of those are at instant speed. I've played them in the landfall decks. That might be a nice include, unless they're in here and I don't see them. You know what I'm talking about?
kind of.
There's definitely one. It's like 3 mana, sack a land, get 2 land, put them onto play.
Oh, Harrow. Yeah.
I think there's multiples that do like something similar.
Okay, yes. Because I mentioned this in the like, hey, Growth Spiral, Planar Genesis, but also Harrow and Entish Restoration are those. Cool. Oh, and Roiling Regrowth, I think is another one that's sack a land.
That's the one I'm thinking. Yeah, Roiling Regrowth. That's the limited landfall set. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking.
And I do want to point out that in the chat, one of the Lord of the Rings lore men, there is the sneaky Dark Depths. You can manifest any card, and if you manifest Dark Depths and then flip it up, it just has no counters on it, so it immediately turns into Merit Ledge.
That's okay. That's kind of mean, but I like that. That's mean enough. Overall, final thoughts. Would we play this on the show as is?
Yeah, I don't think we'd have to change anything. Or I would do it with the recommendation from Red of, hey, I'd like to remove the Eldrazi and put cooler things in.
Yep. Okay. Who would play this if hypothetically it were to be submitted for the show?
I played this as the pre-con, and I had a good time, but I feel like it didn't give the best showing, maybe because of the pilot. So I would want to play this again.
Oh, I thought this didn't get played. I thought we chose the other one. Oh, we did play this.
We did both. Because we had the episode where it was, hey, here are commanders from the main set.
I remember that.
That was Prime Zimone with Maudhound.
I see.
And then when we did pre-cons, I played this one.
All right. Earlier I was saying that this one hadn't made it on because I had forgotten about it. Mm-hmm. My bad. Okay, so you would want to run this again.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for submitting the list, Red. Feel free discussion in the Discord as always. Also, total side note, we do have another deck list to add.
Okay.
So we're, gonna be here for a long time. We're gonna just put that up there before we head to the next one, which right now is going to be BigDaddyMagic, who submitted our next list. But want to say also thank you to Drunken Fox for becoming the newest renowned patron and submitting a list for today's show. Okay. BigDaddyMagic, take it away, Veggie.
Eladamri Korvakdal. So this is big mono green scary stuff. But specifically, they said this is not their style of deck at all, and would like just some pointers on making this kind of deck work from players that have a little bit more experience with this.
Me?
Big green stompy.
I do like big green stompy.
Yeah, and we also just recently played against one of these decks, so we have a more immediate experience as well.
Not this commander though, right?
This commander. This was in a content game that was recorded, and they had a very small screen.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember the commander because all of the other stuff on the board was a problem. Mm-hmm. So I kind of forgot what the commander was.
Yeah, and that's the whole idea for this, right? Is you've got this commander, and then everything else is way scarier. The battlefield. So we've got to have some big hits. Let's start there. I think we can. This is probably a. Okay. So there's still a lot of card advantage in the deck, even with a commander that generates it by himself. It messed with my brain a little bit because some of these things, at first I was like, oh, Beast Whisperer, that like kind of doesn't synergize because it cares about casting creature spells, but Eladamri does both. Because you can cheat stuff into play, which is not casting, but it also does just let you cast off the top. We have a lot of things that are converting off of these creatures like coming into play. Guardian Project and Garruk's Uprising. We have other ways of that care about like the size of the creatures, Risk Expertise, Return of the Wild Speaker. And then tutors are especially strong since they're putting them on top of your library, which you immediately have access to because of Eladamri. Now, Big Daddy has a pretty heavy sub-theme of artifacts in this deck, as a more unique way of approaching mono green. That the artifacts are like supplementing combat and are good mana sinks, things like that. Because we have just some big chunky stuff, like Culture Complete, but also like maybe we get enough mana to straight up equip a Colossus Hammer or something. Of course, there are a couple ways to cheat that here with Hammer and Azan, and there's another creature later on. But yes, we have like this thick equipment sub theme going on. It is mono green, so we have to kind of get there with combat damage, and there are things here to help us get through. Ibex and Stonehoof Chieftain help to give trample. Rona's Monument helps us to pump and get trample. The mana base is pretty normal. I mean, it's just a bunch of forests and then a few utility pieces. I don't remember if I saw anything that was like very specific. Yeah, some interaction. And then so this section is mana advantage. Things that are either generating mana or paying for things. Because they said one of the main game plans is to generate a bunch of treasures using all Old Gnawbone or Luxurious Locomotive, which I think is very fun since it makes a treasure for every creature that crewed it.
Interesting. But if this is big beats, how many creatures are you going to have? You don't want to crew it that much. It's not like you have like a weenie deck.
And that is one big point that I had for this deck.
I don't want to put 4 Galtas into a locomotive.
I mean, it's a funny picture, but for this deck, I did feel like it doesn't quite have the volume of creatures that of smaller creatures that I would want to take advantage of this crew ability, or things like Enduring Vitality or Cryptolith, right, that are allowing my creatures to tap for mana. There were some other things that let me see. Even like the Commander. To be able to cheat creatures out with that last ability, you need 2 creatures that you can also tap alongside him. So if we swap to sorting by just creatures, we have 30, but the number of these that come out before like early in the game is not that much. We cut off 3 drops here, and we really don't want to be playing Tranquil Frillback as a 3, because we want to be able to use that extra ability. So I ran into the same issue when doing some of the testing for it. Is I felt like it did not consistently have enough creatures to do what I wanted earlier in the game to use that stuff.
Also, Foundry Inspector seems out of place. Like, yeah, you have a reasonably high amount of artifacts considering you're like a mono green stompy deck, but I don't think it's enough for Foundry Inspector, is it? I'd rather have just a normal mana dork that would work for all your other stuff.
Well, there is this whole sub theme of artifacts. I think 24 is reasonable for it.
But if it were just another elf, it would accomplish the same thing, but allow you to play the other 2/3 of your deck.
Exactly. So like it is one of those includes that's like, oh, okay, this I'm doing an artifact deck, so therefore I do this card that's good for artifacts, but you're really only getting value out of the Foundry Inspector if you are casting multiple artifacts in a turn. Like otherwise, a dork does the same thing but more flexible. You have what 3 1-mana artifacts, so that or 4 1-mana artifacts, so that's some value there, but I don't know that we are getting more out of the Foundry Inspector than like exactly as you said than just a regular mana dork there.
Extra brownie points with me for Helm of the Host. That's a Nerd Girl card.
It is actually pretty okay here because you have Hammer of Nazan to equip it for free. And little what's his face, Brass Squire to equip it for free. So therefore, you're only spending your 4 mana, which I'm okay with.
It's good. Don't mind Veggie. He's a butt.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, more creatures. I'd love to see more smaller creatures that help with this game plan, even if they are just mana dorks. Because those.
With like, what are you doing with Allosaur's Shepherd if you don't have more creatures?
You are doing the thing that most people include the card for, which is no counters.
Oh, there's not that many. I'm not putting this in there for that.
And that's why I laughed, because I was like, oh, of course, it's this, like, for all of you out there, that is why you put Allosaurus Shepherd in your decks, right? You're like, great, I would like to not be countered. That is why I put this in here. But this is a fundamental difference in thinking, and also maybe why you all lose and some of us win, is like, oh, but the thing that this does that I care about is make yourself into 5/5s and then kill people, right?
But here's the thing. They don't have a counter all that often for one big green idiot. But if they have a counter for your one big green idiot, this could be another big green idiot, and therefore it's a wash. But if they don't have it, you just have 2 big green idiots. And it doesn't ramp you. It's not doing anything. It's just making your creatures crappier.
Yeah. This, I think, is a really good point that sometimes you get countered, and that's okay. This one of in the deck does not make the biggest difference. Granted, there is a second copy of that effect, but
yeah, but one is $30 and one is, $1 and also turns your lands into stuff, which is far more relevant than this. I would rather have Veggie counter one creature 1 out of 4 games and save the $30.
Now, to add another layer on that, this deck even has a way to get around counter spells, like built into the commander. That last ability just cheats stuff into play, no cast. So that is even less reason to have an Allosaurus Shepherd here.
Now, if you went harder into the mana dorks or something, sure. That'd be okay.
Yeah. Or if it's a meta call, you just have me in your pod constantly. That's pretty solid. But
okay, yeah, maybe if I had 3 veggies in the pod, I maybe do it, because then you figure there's at least 3 arcane denials and 3 hard counters, then maybe.
But yeah, I think if this is made without a meta in mind, that is a very cuttable card. Yeah.
I do love me a Beast Whisperer, though. And Garruk's Uprising. Those are the kinds of cards I like to see in my big green stomps.
Right. But even, Beast Whisperer is better when you have small creatures as well, because then they convert into more cards later on. You're happy to have little dinky creatures, even drawing them late.
Same can be said about Great Henge.
Yeah.
So looking to have, just in general, more creatures.
Just a very quick one for this. Soul's Majesty does a good thing for the deck, but I would replace this for sure with Season of Gathering, because this can get blown out because you have to target your creature, and if they destroy it in response, you draw 0 cards. But if as opposed to an effect like Rishkar's Expertise, which just looks at the greatest power when it resolves. The same, and the Season Weaving is the same wording, so I would swap that out. No heroic intervention?
We spent all of our money on the Allosaur Shepherd.
And the other... also a Nerd Girl card. There is an elf land that is missing here.
Yeah. The Wirewood Lodge?
Right.
Yeah, let's go.
Right, to untap our thing that cheats stuff in for free.
I love, that's like the one card I knew the name of today. I had an elf deck when I was a kid. Well-Wisher and Timberwood, something that gives +X+X.
Right. Yeah. Now it does mean that you'd have to have 4 untapped creatures on the board, but if we are adjusting this to have smaller creatures, then we should.
Or if you have a Seedboard Muse.
Yeah. Well, no, only because hidden all the way at the bottom of Eladamri is activate only during your turn. I think 2 things that made sense to me in this deck that I didn't see were Surak and Goreclaw, which did some work in the game that we actually played against someone that had this deck.
Okay.
Because haste is hard to find for mono green, and it itself just is big beats. And then if we're doing this artifact sub-theme of like mana sinks and chunky equipment, maybe an Excalibur? Because we're going to have a bunch of big historic permanents between the artifacts and the large legendary creatures that we might sneak in. So this probably costs next to nothing. And then it equips really nicely to anything scary.
I was thinking about it, and I wanted to scroll up to double check, but I remember thinking a lot of the big scaries are not legendary. 1, 2, 3, 3. Currently, I don't think we have enough legendary creatures to do that. I would want more, I think.
Yeah, well, that could be adjusted, but we have at least 5 or 6 because I think you're happy to give anything +10. I would slap that on this thing and go to town.
Well, I just meant if you have to cast it. In order to cast it, it has to be one of the bigger things.
Yes, but if we're also counting all of this because it is historic permanence.
Oh, okay.
It's the only thing it equips to legendary creatures, but you at least always have Eladamri.
So if you have like Helm or I guess Caldera out. Great Henge, you can cheat Great Henge out with like a medium-sized creature pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay. I still don't like it.
Well, that brings me to my next point. I am very conflicted on this artifact sub-theme. There might be something that I'm missing about it, but it seems to just be at odds with what the rest of the deck is trying to do. Because those are things that you cannot cast with Eladamri. They are taking up I don't know, like ramp spots that could be green spells or mana dorks. These stuff like Colossus Hammer and anything else that has a high equip cost. Like, yes, you could pay it because you're ramping a bunch, but I don't want to. I don't want to spend 8 to equip this. And you only have 2 ways that are cheating that cost. You have Hammer of Nizan and you have Brass Squire, and that is it. So if you don't get one of those, then all of those high equip costs are kind of dead.
Also, it's just limiting the amount of big stompies that you draw. It's going to make your commander more useless more often. I agree. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think if you wanted to put a couple of them in because you think they're cute or they synergize well with big creatures, then I think that's fine. Like you were saying, the sword. I think Helm is good with big creatures, and when you have ramped, Great Henge, Conduit is card draw. So like those are artifacts I would like. I like big creatures to also be safe with the booties.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. I think that the this stuff is too cute. the locomotive, we're not getting enough creatures to suit up.
Right. And just like you could even adjust this a little bit, because like even if the artifacts were also artifact creatures, then those are things that you can cheat in or just cast off the top with Eladamri. But if they're just artifacts, then those just don't work with him.
I will say I understand the instinct, though, because when you have a mono-green commander, so many of them just lend themselves to big stompy, make big creature, ramp into big creature, storm into big creature, something, something, something. And I understand the impulse to mix it up and make it different, have your own take on it. And if that's how you enjoy playing and brewing, then I think this is great. I have no problem with it at all. I think if you're just trying to optimize, it would not be for me.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's a way, if there is like just one sort of bridge to make that work. Yeah, because my instinct would just be like, if we're going with artifacts, make them big artifact creatures as opposed to equipment. And then you get the best of both worlds. Although
I don't hate the idea of a T-Rex double Colossus hammering. It's fun in my brain.
That was I did take a little time to see if there was any other ways to lean harder into this and get some like other ways to cheat the equip costs and stuff like that, but there's not.
Not in green. Yeah. I was trying to think about it myself. I play a lot of equipment decks on the show, and yeah, that's going to be a tough sell in a green deck. A lot in like Boros, right? But
yeah. Those were my thoughts.
All right. Who would play this deck on the show? I don't know. I think you could play it. I feel like the commander itself. Yeah, I play the big greeny things usually, but like it feels a little more tricksy, which I feel like could be in the veggie sphere as well.
I think if this ability was not limited to only your turn, I would be very down to play this.
So you're just it's just not as good as you would want.
I even if there was like put another restriction on it, but I like my playing stuff on other people's turns. This feels like an ability, like I'm like, oh, it's an activated ability, great, I can do stuff. Oh, the one thing I like about the activated abilities, they've cut off.
So we just rule 0 and some counters, and it's for you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, BigDaddyMagic, for submitting. We really do appreciate your support, my friend. And again, if you want to have any questions or get the feedback from your son, who I know helped with the deck a bunch, feel free to drop that in the Discord and we'll all take a look at it. Thank you again. Let's head on over to the next deck list. We're getting there. I think now we have to call it no new patrons, because we got 2. So now we're doing
no new deck lists. We can have plenty of new patrons.
Yeah, you can sign up for the next one. In fact, if we get 8 lists, we'll do one tomorrow. But yeah, we went up from 9 deck lists today to 11, so that's quite a lot. But now we're gonna look at one from Dead. Oh, and I apparently didn't get rid of this. We don't need that. Dead, thank you so much for being a patron and submitting a list for us to take a look at today. And it's a pair. It's a partner pair. I don't recognize this partner pair. Oh, they're like in each other's art.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this.
Right. Yeah, this is the angel and demon on either side, on either shoulder.
Okay, well tell us about the commander pair, Veggie.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer the question at the end of this, at the beginning of this. Who would play this deck on Decked Out? This is a super nerd girl deck.
I mean, it's black-white. I immediately assume it's a me deck. I haven't read what the commanders do yet, but I did see this, and I'm like, oh, it's a me deck.
So this build from Dead is focused a lot more on Krav as opposed to Regna, which you just pay 1 and sacrifice any number of creatures. You draw that many cards and you gain that much life, and you put that many counters onto Krav.
That seems great for me.
Right? So it's like it's grind out value from your little idiots, and then also have massive commander that can get the job done. Okay,
so this is something I should build for the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you get the bonus of a second card in the command zone, which, still 4/4 flyer, pretty reasonable on its own. And if it's out and you've gained life this turn, which Krav does, you make 2 more 1/1s.
Okay.
And these are both this is an end of each end step.
And
So,
also, like Blood Artist, Celebrant, everything gains you life, so you don't even need Krav on board. That's
right.
pretty cool. It makes a bunch of extra stuff for you to sacrifice.
Yeah, so we have the whole like Aristocrats package, with the slight deviation that this is typically going to build up a bunch of tokens first, and then eat them all with Krav as soon as you get it down.
And then kill them with Mirkwood bats.
Yeah, there's just you have all of the ways to convert those into damage. Blood Artist, Zulapur Cutthroat, Cruel Celebrant, Falcon Wrath Noble, Elsokor, Mirkwood bats. Nadir does not do that, but it makes you more tokens. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the perfect nerd girl deck.
I really like some of the includes here that I don't see typically. There were 2 deeper dives. Yes, Sengir Autocrat, which is 4 mana for 4 bodies. Yeah, 3 of them are O1s, but that is fine if we're gonna sacrifice them.
Yep.
And Cloud Goat Ranger, which is 5 mana for 4 bodies. Sure.
Yeah.
With weird upside, you can tap them to give it +2 in flying, and then Endrick Sar, which used to be super popular, and I feel like I have not seen in a long time. This card is pretty good here. All of your creature spells turn into 1/1s, and its downside is that if you hit 7 or more of those Thrall tokens, that it sacrifices it, but you just always sacrifice them before it gets to that point.
Yeah. That checks out.
Yeah. Let's see. Sorceries. We have a bunch of things that are just giving us tokens equal, like for a really good rate. 5 for 5, 3 for 3. Lingering Souls gives us 4 for 5. Yeah. The Plague of Vermin is a very fun include. It's 7 mana. It's not good, but it can make an absurd number of tokens as long as you outbid the other players.
Okay.
We got some good removal.
Ink Shield's great.
Ink Shield is great. It is Ink Shield is a little tricky to judge, because it is really good when it's good, and it is holding up 5 mana for nothing when it's bad. But here, getting the bodies is not only like, oh, great, I can convert this into damage in the air, and on top of that, I can then convert that into Krav sacrifices. So this is an ideal spot for this.
And a lot of the times you're saving your mana to like sack and draw cards and do things on your opponent's turn. Do we have, where's the little sacky guy? Whenever something dies on any turn, you gain a life. Where's Morbid Opportunist?
Oh, let's draw a card, but yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That, I think, would be a really good include here that we don't see.
So, 3.5. Yes. Also, what's this frog commander sphere? I'm into it. I know you never let me build with that card, but I want that frog one. How do I get this?
I have no idea. I've never seen this card before.
I've never seen it, but every time I put it in my deck, Veggie tells me not to.
It's usually a little too slow for what we're doing.
But I like mana ramp that's useful later. I am a commander sphere enjoyer.
I mean, sure. That's I'm just like, turn 3. I want to play other stuff. I want to play my stuff that does fun things. I don't want to play my mana that draws a card later. But there's a lot of mana here. That makes me very happy.
Both Orzhov decks have had good mana.
Yeah. This one you can mark it down, everybody. Has too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces of ramp. I think Pristine Talisman is pretty cuttable here. It gains life, but it doesn't make colorless mana, or it doesn't make colored mana. And the life gain, I don't think triggers much of anything.
I think it would be a good include if you had cards that, like there is the like 1/4 flyer that when you gain life, you drain life. There's a 3/2
Right.
for 3 in black that does something.
Yeah.
But we're not really doing that. We're gaining life sort of as a side quest. Like we're sacking the creature to do damage to our opponent to draw cards, and we
Right.
maybe get a life accidentally, and we don't have a good use for that. So I would
Right.
agree.
Yeah. The only thing that it does synergize with is Regna, but it only gives you one trigger because once it's tapped, and that means you have to spend a mana somehow on an opponent's turn. So I will cut that. Enchantments, this is pretty standard fare except for one thing. So yeah, we're making a bunch of tokens. Great. All of our stuff's big. We're making tokens. Great. A bunch of our stuff's big. I like Promise of Bunrai because it's 3 mana for 4 bodies. You know you're going to be able to get the trigger of having something die. And Meat Hook Massacre. Yep, seems good. But man, I have not seen a solitary confinement in a long time. So I am curious as to how this performs. So you get the big benefits of you can't be targeted. You yourself cannot be targeted, and it prevents all damage that would be dealt to you. But you're skipping your draw, and you have to discard a card from your hand. You are, of course, making up for that downside with Krav. Because you always have the constant source of card draw.
It doesn't feel like enough. I would want to see a lot more card draw that would be cheaper, like Morbid Opportunist and other ways to sort of manipulate that. Because Krav is expensive the first time you cast him, let alone the third and fourth time, and you have to have creatures on board that you're willing to sacrifice with him, which, you know, in a scrappy game, that's not always going to be the case, and I wouldn't want to put this in here and then be having to figure out how to remove my own stuff.
Right. And there sometimes a sneaky opponent can lock you out with your own solitary confinement because if they can remove your source of card draw in a position where you are not able to get rid of it well yourself, like
that's why I would want multiple, like Opportunist, or I think there are some enchantments that let you like manipulate and draw cards. Play from the top of your library would be a cool way to break that. I'd want to see at least 4 or 5 other ways.
Like this would also be a good deck for Into the Pit. The play off the top if you sacrifice.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And then we have lands. This is a lot of basic lands. Generic statement from me on optimize your land base. There are lots of cool lands that do things that are useful.
Even the bad ones that are like pennies. You know, activate, make it a 1/4, and then when it attacks, you drain and gain. Stuff like that's really fun. I like just going through my like bulk. My rares are sorted by color, my lands. So I have like an Orzhov section. So if I'm building an Orzhov deck, I can grab that chunk and just go through.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've got every rare, you know, Orzhov land, and they're all bad. I don't have any of the expensive stuff, but they're more useful than a swamp.
Right. And also like notable here. This is a good deck for Rogue's Passage, because even though it looks like it should fly, Krav does not fly. So you may be sitting with a very large lethal commander that cannot get in.
Because there's a squirrel on the board.
Right.
Because there's a squirrel nest on the board. Can you imagine just dying to a squirrel nest?
A little while back, a little lonely in the chat said, 2 commanders mean backgrounds are better. And yes, I agree. I think one of the things I had on here, you said, yes, Agent of the Iron Throne, would be great. Giving your commanders, I believe it's whenever a creature or artifact is put into your graveyard, you drain for 1. With the potential of getting it doubled. And I think it's only like 3 mana. Seems ideal. There are some things here that I think we could improve. This Lazotep Reaver is fine. It makes 2 bodies for 2 mana, but that could.
I was actually thinking the enchantment would be better. it's a 2 mana black, and it's same set. And each time you make a zombie dude, and then it just gets bigger. And then if you get one that's a 6 power, it has lifelink. But you just sack it every turn. You're gonna lose life, but you just have an infinite source of sack outlets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dread Horde Invasion.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes. I've been sitting here waiting for the Bitter Blossom recommendation.
I do put Bitter Blossom in all my decks, but that's also because I have a lot of them. I don't necessarily think it's like the bestest.
I think that kind of effect is good here. There's also the one from like All Will Be One, or one of those adjacent sets that's make a 1/1 toxic, make a might.
Also, like, Adeline is just a big threat in and of herself, and you can sack at instant speed whichever ones get blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to attack every turn, whoever the weakest player is with Adeline, and then each turn you're making fresh sack fodder if you can get Adeline in with like Rogue's Passage or something.
Yeah. That was the one I was thinking. That is just straight up an upgrade to this. Is Marionette Apprentice from Modern Horizons 3. 2 mana. Can make another body because it has Fabricate, so it just makes a servo.
That's not a new one, right? That's a reprint?
No, that's new.
Oh.
There was Marionette Master earlier.
That's what I'm thinking.
That was like 4 mana or 6 mana? 6 mana.
6 mana, I think.
But yeah, this one's 2, and it gives you the Blood Artist effect.
Okay. I was thinking the original card. Mm-hmm. Someone is suggesting a Squirrel's Hive.
Yeah, right. That's what I was saying, Drunken Fox, the one from whatever Phyrexian times.
Also, probably good to have that board clear, right? The one that makes you mites based on the number of cards, the creatures that you kill. Because I'm not like a huge run a lot of board cleary person, but I love running board clears that give me a significant advantage. And if I'm making 8 or 12 1/1s in this deck, I'm going to be the one that recovers the best.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know what that card is.
I think it's
Chat.
It's busted. It's like, am I crazy? Did I make that card up? I think it's just a wrath that you make a might for each creature.
Why am I not playing that? There's 2 that are coming to mind that are like kind of like that, but not quite. Because there's White Sun's Twilight, which is X and 2. It's destroy all creatures, but if you and make mites.
That might be what I'm thinking, that I'm just off on what it does.
And then there's Phyrexian Rebirth, which is destroy everything and make an XX equal to what you destroyed.
What was the first one you said?
White Sun's Twilight?
I think that's it. And it destroys everything and makes mites.
It destroys everything and makes mites, but it is equal to the mana that you paid, I believe. Not the things you killed.
Oh, okay.
But that's that kind of effect is exactly what...
Yes.
Yeah. What was I had some stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the balance of the deck is pretty solid, but some things to maybe test out here. We have like Soul Ward in here. Maybe like a Guide of Souls. You lose out on creatures your opponents are playing, but you are getting the additional bonus of turning things into threats, and it's another way to give Krav flying. Pitiless Plunderer seems really great here. I do think that the deck is a little mana hungry. We saw, I mean, it's got a bunch of ramp, but for a good reason. Like we want that mana. Our the command zone is pretty thick.
They're fat.
Right.
That's why I was so against the commander being the main source of card draw for the enchantment, because it just doesn't seem consistent enough.
Yeah. Let's see. Another Nerd Girl favorite, Charismatic Conqueror, would be pretty nice here. Mm-hmm. You know, your opponent is pretty much forced to have all their stuff come in tapped. There's a cute one that's I think new. I think is only in the Clue set. Afterlife Insurance.
Oh, yeah.
Is that I don't remember if that's a reprint or something. But
I think it was printed in something else, and oh no, that's not the same card I was thinking about. I was thinking about the enchantment. Life insurance. Just life insurance.
yeah, no, this is afterlife insurance. For just 2, you give all of your stuff afterlife 1. So great, sacked all my stuff. All of it makes a 1/1, and this card draws a card by itself. So you're not even going down a card to do all of that.
Some of the Teysas do something kind of similar. I don't think you're making enough black creatures because the black creatures, when they die, they turn into 1/1 tokens that are white that you can then sack to kill some stuff. So depending if you have a way to make black tokens, that could be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I think just
what was the goal?
There was not one for this.
Okay.
There's a real weird one that I for sure would be testing out in this, but I don't know. I'm not convinced that it's good. It's just cute. I'd swap it out for the Pristine Talisman just to see if it worked. So this is not... I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. So you put a counter on it at each end step if a creature died, and it taps for that much mana, but it can only be used to cast instant sorceries, demons, or spirits. But Krav is a demon, so you at least have one thing that you're going to be able to use it for.
Infinite, yeah.
Right. And then like instants and sorceries, sure, you got a good number of those, and you have stuff that you have X spells. So maybe that is worth it. I don't know. I think it is going to end up generating a lot of mana. It's just whether or not that mana is going to be worth it since it's limited.
Yeah, I could see Krav being good enough.
Yeah. I just think it's cool.
It does say at the beginning of each end step, right, not your end step,
exactly.
Which normally Morbid is only your turn. So you could get this to ramp up really quickly with some good combat stuff. So I think that's a cute try. I would maybe, if I was going to try to do something like this, I think I would be leaning a lot harder into Secure the Wastes and stuff. So yeah, this is neat. I like it.
Yep.
Okay, overall, I think I'm dibsing this if it were submitted to be on the show. Mm-hmm. What do you think would be, in its current form, would this fit the style of our show?
I think absolutely. There's like a card here or there. We usually are not playing with like some free spells. I think there was like one in there, but yeah, this seems pretty face value good for content.
All right, so it's one of my favorite decks to play, submitted by Dead. Thank you again so much for being a patron and submitting a list for us to take a look at. Now, we're on to our final list that was created today, and then we have 2 more from new patrons that we got during the show. So we are coming up to the last 3 lists here. This one is from Bitrider, and it's Vamps only, and it's going to be an Edgar Markov list, which I recently played on the show against the Nitpicking Nerds. It was actually Mia's list. I've always wanted to make an Edgar, but I never could afford the card. But he's getting a reprint, so this list will be even cheaper.
Is he?
Yeah, he's coming out he's been announced as a reprint for one of the new sets.
When the return to
Innistrad, yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, great.
He's already been announced, so that's going to be really cool for anybody who's been wanting to pick him up. Sort of like how they did Dragon was similar, that just hadn't gotten a reprint in forever and was like $100, and then now it's cheap. So,
cool.
Real quick, just to shout it out for people who are coming in new, either from Twitch or YouTube. This is our patron deck techs. We do these monthly. If you guys would like to get more information, you guys can find a link down below in the description to all the different perks we offer on our Patreon, where you can get signed tokens, deck techs, even have us play your deck on the show. And we're currently working on a goal to stay weekly for all of 2025, and we're about $500 or $600 short on the Patreon. That's money that goes towards inviting twice as many guests and the editors, because those are expensive. Our default is 1 episode every other week, so 2 per month. So if you would like to help us stay weekly, please consider signing up for our Patreon and get some sweet deck techs. Veggie, I'm going to take a quick restroom break while you tell us about Edgar.
Okay. Edgar is Edgar. That's it. So Edgar makes vampires, and that is what you do with Edgar. So you're generally tied to a certain core deck list. So that I'm always interested in seeing what, like, how people play with a little extra space in it. But like some of these cards are set. Like yeah. If you don't know what Edgar does, when you play a vampire spell, then you get a free 1/1 vampire, which is ridiculous. So yes, you get for sure like your Blood Artist suite. We're gonna see a lot of similar cards from the previous deck list. You're going to want all of your vampire lords. I think the new Markov Baron from Aftermath is cool because as the Convoke and Madness. Yes, Master of Dark Rites I think is incredible, and more people should be playing this card. What in any vampire cleric or demon lists, because like you can just turn your tokens into dark rituals. Let me do a mana value sort because I like that. Okay. Yes, so the vampires just naturally are going to have a lot of drain effects. Some of the stuff in here that you don't see as much typically. I like the Bloodletter of Aclazot's in here. Now keep in mind this is it's a little nerfed in this deck because its ability only applies during your own turn. But one of the nice things about vampires is they have these like Blood Artist effects that are active on all players' turns. So you will have to plan your gameplay around that if you're doing this. But yeah, I think everything else here is pretty standard. Cool. Sorceries, nice and simple. Board wipes and a tutor. And you get the nice vampire-themed one-sided board wipe, so I support. This might be a good opportunity to swap your Blasphemous Act out for the Blasphemous Edict, the new one from Foundations, since this is guaranteed to kill all of your vampires. None of your vampires are bigger than 13, but you might get to a point where you have more than 13 vampires on the board. So sacrificing 13 might be better for you than taking 13 to each creature.
Is that the one where you pick a number between 1 and 13? Or 0 and 13?
That's different.
That could be good too, right?
That could be good too.
4?
Do
I get 0.5 for that?
I'll give you a 0.5 for that. That spell's still expensive. I think it's 5 mana to do.
It's 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah. Okay, and then we like to kill stuff. That's pretty clear.
Skull Clamp, good.
Yeah.
Real good.
Right? Oh, every vampire that I play makes me a 1/1 that I turn into 2 cards.
Are we Phyrexian altering in a broken way?
I don't think so. I think it is as honest of a Phyrexian altar as you can get. Like it's a sack outlet, so great for our Blood Artist Cruel Celebrant effects. But I don't think there is a loop here that I can identify immediately.
Okay. I like the include of Patchwork Banner. I feel like that's a thing people aren't playing enough of.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid 3 mana rock for this kind of deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like the value you get out of that little boost is huge. Again, Coat of Arms. Maybe a nice upgrade to this is the new Kin's banner of Kin something, whatever's in Foundations, since you are not pumping your opponent's creatures up. Here again, we do the Urza's Incubator check. Is this worth it in the deck? Here's the number of creatures that we get full value out of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We can't count Edgar because we don't want to cast Edgar. I don't think that this is worth it in this deck. I think just a mana rock that is more generic is better here. 13 creatures to me is not enough for Urza's Incubator to be good.
What's the number?
More than 13.
So 14.
Like 13 and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because I do like being able to use that to cast my other stuff. I would swap that out. And then I'm not sure how I feel about the Vanquisher's Banner here. We don't have a lot of great ways to draw cards, but that's 5 mana. That's 5 mana. It's only drawing us cards on casts after that.
I think that's still okay. Because it's any creature card. I like it.
I'm not saying that it's bad, but I'm saying it's more that I think there are better options. I want this kind of effect, but I would want to see if I can pay less mana for it.
It's going to be hard to find a lowered effect that also draws cards. I mean, this is a reasonably priced, like... I don't know, you're getting the exact same effect as...
I guess
the party tree.
I want
Great
either...
edge.
Well, I mean, God, man, I would love to have that. But this... Well, what was I had some sort of words for this. I don't think we have a ton of mana to spare here. There are a lot of lands in this. I would rather have 2 cards that are split that cost less that are these effects. I don't need my Lord and card draw effect to be on the same one. I'd rather have one of those things out earlier than paying 5 for both.
I also would like cheaper versions of both of those things. I just would run all 3. Someone is saying that the Coat of Arms needs to go and the Kindred Banner needs to go in.
Yes. Yeah, that's I definitely agree that Kindred Banner is now a nice upgrade to this for pretty much anybody running it. I don't know that there's a deck that wants 2 of these effects, and getting one that doesn't buff your opponent's creatures seems good.
Herald's Horn, also a good recommendation.
Yeah, like Herald's Horn, that may be better than Urza's Incubator here, because you get the card advantage attached to it, and your 1 pump is still pretty relevant, but I'm not sure. I think it would be a generically good card in the deck anyway. Okay, here's my hot take here. I don't think I want Anointed Procession in this deck. That's 4 mana. That's 4 whole mana, and we have some things that are making tokens. Like, you know, Edgar is giving you the 1 every time that you play one, but that is paying 4 mana for like 1 more token for each of those.
So I'm on the same plan. I don't want the token doubler here, not because of the 4 mana. I just don't think that there's enough token generation outside of the Edgar Markov. So what I'm thinking, you know, Edgar and Charismatic Conqueror, sure, it's good to have it on board, but like, how many 1/1s do you have to make before you've justified that card slot, let alone the 4 mana?
Yeah.
And you need like to play 4 additional vampires before you are happy with what your thing has done. I'd rather just have a better card that's more impactful immediately.
Right.
Unless you're finding 6 or 7 cards like Adele and other things, or Adeline, whatever, that is making more counters, but that's going to take away from the vampire theme because they're not known for making a ton of counter tokens.
Right. Like, there are a few cards in here that you could set up for a big Anointed Procession, but I'm not sure that I care that much. I'm thinking like Elenda, but it is, yeah, it's 4 mana that doesn't do anything until you've done another thing.
And you have to do 2 or 3 of that thing before you've gotten your money's worth.
Right.
And then after that, that's gravy.
Yes.
I need it to be more consistent than that.
Right. And it does, Anointed Procession suffers from like the same thing that I think Planeswalkers to me do. It's like people see an Anointed Procession, they're like, oh, you're that's
kill
that
you.
good card must kill you. I'm like, it's only making like 1 or 2 more vampires a turn. Yeah, I think I personally would sub that.
I agree.
Yeah, here's another you can jot this one down for today. This is too many lands.
Wow. Oh my. Well, we should get him to bed. He's not feeling so well.
This is too many lands. 39 lands. 39 lands. You can cut a couple out of there because you got a lot of really good early plays. You had the ramp that was available in the deck. I think there's some slots for more fun stuff in there. Even if you just like bumped a couple out for like Deadly Dispute or other things to turn your tokens into more cards. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. I missed the other deck. I was gonna recommend this.
Is the Steely guy in here? Tap 5 steal a dude? I don't see him, but I don't recognize him all that well on site.
I don't think so.
How do you not have Steely dude?
Is that He's like Rakdos, right?
Oh, someone said it's called Captivating Vampire, and he is there. That's what someone says.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar on my...
Yes, okay, he is there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I just didn't recognize him.
Okay. Yeah. What was I? Yes, okay, so there's a card, I forgot what other deck I was going to recommend this for. Maybe it was... Soldiers, I think, the Myrel one. It's a card that I've been wanting to play with a bunch. Dazzling Theater. And I think it is good in both of those. So I'm concerned about the first part, but the second part also good. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. So if you do some shenanigans, because Edgar still cares about casts, Convoke is still casting, you can be like, great, play a vampire, make a token, tap those 2, play a new vampire, tap those, play a new vampire, etc., etc., etc. That to me seems pretty great, and gives this deck something that gives this deck like an explosive potential that it normally wouldn't have. Like, this is definitely a damage over time kind of thing. This is I'm slowly draining you out and getting good value, and this is like, hey, also, by the way, I could build a board state out of nowhere.
Someone also pointing out that Olivia is not a card that's in here. There's like 6 different versions of Olivia, and they're all pretty bomby.
Yeah, because I think there's also one that steals.
Yeah, there's one that steals and then like brings back vampires or brings back creatures, and they are vampires, which is fine because yours are already, but I think that's fine. What is this doing for us?
Winning the game. This is...
Yeah. I thought... I didn't know it was +1/+1 for each. Yeah, that's fine.
That's like... I always underestimate how much like raw power that comes out of Shared Animosity. For 3 mana, you're probably pumping all of your stuff like 5 or 6 at the least on decks that want to run it.
Alejandro, we know what Olivia, what the different Olivias do. It was more just we're not trying to mess with anybody's decks too much. So just making some general suggestions for paths that they can go down and look up and see if they like something better. I'm sure there's a reason. There's a lot of Olivias. They might not have wanted them for a reason. Overall, what do you think of the list?
This is a good time. I mean, it's an Edgar Markov list. There's only so much that you can adjust for it. Like, this is a Everybody knows what goes in the Edgar Markov list, and that's why it's good.
And the thing about Edgar, as opposed to like an elf ball list, is there's less good vampires than there are elves.
Yes.
I feel like you could randomize, give me 40 elves and, put them in the deck, and there would be a lot more viable options than you would get here. You kind of want the same 25, and you've got maybe 5 slots of playable room.
Yeah.
But I do like vampires. A lot of these are, things that make me happy, from like standard Knight of the Ebon Legion and Sanctum Seeker. These are all really fun cards for me. So
yeah. If you are looking for, though, more upgrades, you just got a bunch of toys in Foundations. So you have Bloodthirsty Conqueror, which is the... I don't remember which. It's the either when you gain life, opponent loses, or when opponent loses, you gain, or whatever. It's one of those things, but it is like a really well on rate vampire.
okay.
You have High Society Hunter, which cares about when stuff dies, which I think gets you card advantage. I don't remember. You have Vengeful Blood Witch, which is Blood Artist 2, still a vampire. So, yeah.
Oh, isn't Vein Ripper's a vampire, and
a vampire.
Double Blood Artists. So that could be a thing. That's not in here, right? That card's busted. Jesus, that card is awful to play against. Yeah, I think that would be a really good one. But he's more costly, to be fair. But all right. I would probably dibs this deck. In fact, I did. I played this on the show with the Nitpicking Nerds and had a really good time playing. It was actually Mia Largo's version, and it was a really good time. Slow out of the gate, but packed a punch.
Yeah.
All right, that is it from Bitrider. Actually, I totally forgot. This list was actually also submitted to be on the show.
Ooh. All right, I dibs it.
You can dibs it. You can absolutely dibs it. But you guys will actually see this list on the show in an upcoming month or two, because I'm actually in the process of building it. I forgot that this was specifically Bitrider's list, but I will be building it for the show. We're going to play it in the next week or two.
Nice.
It'll take another month to be edited, but you'll see it very, very soon. All right. The next list is from one of our newest patrons, Alejandro. Thank you so much. Never Legend has submitted a Belakor? I don't
know what the correct Warhammer pronunciation is, but yeah, I'd assume that's it. Okay. We care about demons. Enters, draw X and lose X, where draw X cards, lose X life, X the number of demons you control, and whenever another demon enters under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Okay. So, looking at this with some fresh eyes.
It's Demon Terror of the Peaks?
Yes, plus.
Yeah, and does more. Okay.
I'm already on board with this because I'm seeing like Dream Devour as the first card in the list makes me very happy. This is one of my pet cards. I just built a whole deck just so I could put this in something. I just think it's very fun. Because this also sets you up really well for Belakor, because you can just stuff a bunch of demons into Foretell zone, and they're discounted. So then, once you finally get this 6-mana commander out, you can go, great, untap, boom, 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 boom. Here's a bunch of my big demons that get to go face or whatever.
One thing I really like about that card as well, the one you were talking about, is I love it when there are foretell cards your opponents don't know. Because I feel like there's one foretell card in every color. Anytime you foretell in a game of Commander, everybody knows exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. And I like it when that's not the case. Because foretell is a cool mechanic. And I don't dislike it, and I would like to use it more. And when I do use it, I don't want people to know what it is all the time.
Right. That's like kind of beats the... Like, that was the cool thing about playing it not in Commander, was like, oh, now I have to think about all the things this could be.
Yes.
But realistically, in Commander, it's like 4 things.
It's
by colors, like you said.
Yeah, it's one thing in each color, so it could maybe be 2 things in their deck, but you probably still know what it is.
Mm-hmm. All right. We have the Bowmasters of good cardiness. I'm I guess if you're going to go outside of your theme for anything, it's a Bowmasters. Ooh, okay, Phantasmal Image. I mean, hey, that's a 2-mana copy your biggest demon.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it looks like we got a bunch of clones here.
Because they're cheaper than the demons.
Right. Phantasmal, but it's like, there's a bunch. Phantasmal Image,
Double
Phyrexian
Spark.
Metamorph, Sakashima, Spark Double. Yeah. I see you.
If we're doing that, you should have the modal glass pool, right?
Yes. Well, you would. However, it took me a moment to figure out what they're doing here. So you can't do that one. But it's not good here because it's not even costed. This is hidden Gyruda. This is very interesting. Okay, so Gyruda happens to be a demon.
There's a lot of not even costed stuff, though.
That's true. That's true. But the clones specifically are all even costed.
Okay, so you're trying to hit the clones off the Gyruda?
Right.
But I feel like... But then you're just copying your odd costed stuff that cost you more that you've already cast. That can't be the best use. I would rather have bigger bombs that are even costed.
Well, because you're not copying those. You're copying Gyruda.
Oh. Oh, so is everything else odd? No.
Not everything else is odd, but...
A good chunk of them.
Right. So if you Gyruda, as long as you hit a clone, you get to go, great, I'm gonna hit something for 6 and copy Gyruda and do it again.
Gyruda goes how deep?
4 per player.
I don't like it. I'm not saying I don't like Gyruda in the deck to hit the things. I don't like it for the copying specifically. That seems too unlikely, and you kind of... And then Gyruda's a legendary too, so you don't get to keep it. You're just hitting them, and your commander has to be out with Gyruda. That seems like win more. I'd rather just have a good creature.
I think that's fair. I'm excited about it because normally I don't see this as a part like hidden in the deck. I just see, oh, it's Gyruda in the command zone, and then I've packed as many clones in as possible, and this gives you a nice hidden commander of this is also a possibility that we don't have to build the entire deck around. I'm like, that's great. Had not even thought that this is a demon.
Mm-hmm. I like when you find little sneaky ones like Toxrill being a whore.
Yep.
I don't like running that card unless I'm playing whores.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Alejandro, I see you. If making non-legendary copy of Belakor of anything.
That's
pretty
what
broken.
I assumed some of them are not. They get rid of the legendary rule, right? But not all of them.
Yeah, it's I believe Spark Double and Sakashima in their own ways get rid of, because this is just legend rule turned off, and Spark Double is non-legendary copy.
Yes.
And Sakashima I think keeps its name.
So I'm all for having the copy clones in the deck, because copying any demon is a great, a discounted rate, and like you said, the commander is really cool. I wasn't sure about the Gyruda plan, but it makes Veggie happy. That's all that matters.
Let's see.
We got a first-time subscriber, Shipwright. Thank you so much. I think NerdGirl needs to enunciate better.
Yep.
I think I enunciate it really well. I can hear a difference when I say both the words, so I don't understand.
You are the only one that can hear a difference.
That can't be true. I shouldn't say the words. Never mind. I was gonna do it, but maybe we shouldn't.
Yes, yay! You get to do the demon, the demon tutor in the demon deck.
Oh yeah, nice.
Right? I'm sure that was a nice upgrade if you had this deck built before Duskmourn happened. You're like, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I believe if you Rite of Replication Belakor, you win. I think that math is correct, right? You may know already, but if you make 5 copies of Belakor, they all see each other enter. And they're 6 power.
6/5.
Yeah, 6/5. So that is, you have the original Belakor on board, which sees 5. So that is 30 damage, and the other ones see
4.
See 4
because it's other
25. So
25, and that's 25 times 5.
yes, yeah. So you have 125 plus you have 155 in damage to deal out if you write replication it.
That's cool. Shasta, thank you so much for the resub for 46 months. Thank you so much. That's a cool dark red. I've never seen that art.
Oh yeah, I think this is a expensive one.
I like I have really old, the old one where they are doing like a seance. That's my favorite. That's the one I use.
Let's see. Yeah, you do get access to Flicker here. Extra Belakor triggers.
Oh, look, seance board.
Yeah.
But it makes more sense here.
Yeah, you have a lot to cast off of this.
Whoa, Wreck-It Ralph has joined as a member.
Ooh.
Thank you so much. We have like 10 whole members. Now we have like 11. That's huge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thanks. What else have we got here? Okay. I haven't seen this whip of Erebos before.
Oh, I haven't either. They have a lot of altars, but that's also why the deck's $2,700. The One Ring is pretty straightforward. Bolus's Citadel. Are we gaining life for Bolus's Citadel?
I don't think so. I think it is just good card. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we were just...
There's a lot of good cards in here. There's the One Ring. There's free spells, right? There's Mana Drain and Fierce Guardianship, Cyclonic Rift. We higher power level than what we would typically play on the show.
Yeah.
All great cards.
Oh, I love a good Molten Echoes, and that's perfect for this because all you really want is the creature to come into play for a moment. There's another similar card to this that I don't remember.
Why is this Ristic Study $170? Where does this come from?
It's a Judge foil.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
All right, if you submit the list for us to play on the show, you got to send the actual list.
Yeah.
This is also the Dead Marshes that I use. It's my favorite art. It's really pretty. That Urborg.
Yeah.
I got lucky and got a foil one in my box topper. It's gorgeous.
Is this also a Lord of the Rings one? I haven't seen this one. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I just have not seen this one. Cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of printings here we've never seen before. This is awesome.
And then we have a nice 35 lands. Nice and simple. These make mana.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that I would want in that's like for sure in the mana base for this deck, but
not that I can think of. And we don't have that many basics. It's a 3-color land. We want a lot of extra like pips and stuff.
you could toss like a Takenuma in or
what about some of the lands that they make 2 colors and you can sack them to draw?
I don't know if there is one in these colors.
No? Okay. I thought you might hit one in the 3-color gap.
Oh, there's a
Is it has
Fiery
one.
Islet.
Yep. I think that would be good because I feel like even though you're duplicating and doing a bunch of stuff, the One Ring's drawing you cards, but like there's not a ton here.
I mean, I'm 100% for put the value in the land base. Drawing a card is never bad. That's I would absolutely put that in here.
And they're not expensive.
Right. Yeah, thanks to the reprints recently from Doctor Who. Okay, we've done it for the other decks. Let's do the Urza's Incubator
13.5.
Yeah, does it have more than 13.5 that we get full value out of? 1, 2.
I feel like that'll be easy with demons.
This is not a demon. It just works with demons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the commander 16. I'm satisfied with that in this deck. That is a worthy Urza's Incubator.
Check.
Okay.
Sneak attack.
Yeah. Yeah,
what about, is this when you cast it or when you...
Is enter.
So, hear me out. What about the pig?
Ilarg?
Where it puts it into play, tapped and attacking, and then brings it back to your hand, but that way you get multiple triggers from the demon, and a lot of your demons should have ETB effects that are pretty sick, right? So Ilharg might be pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's not a demon himself, but I feel like you can use him to abuse things.
Yeah, and I mean, like, clearly this is not a strictly demons only.
Because you have terror.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I feel like he fits the same category as terror.
I think that would be a fun card to experiment with.
Someone is asking, is there a simple way to transfer deck lists from Architect to Moxfield? Yeah, Architect does have an export, and then you could import into Moxfield, and then you can export here on Moxfield, but you'll find something similar, and then you can just import it when you go to create a deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are sponsored by Moxfield, guys, so if you would like to support the channel, please follow our Moxfield accounts. You guys can find links down below in the descriptions of the videos, and all of the deck lists you saw today and all the deck lists you see featured on our normal show are all there. And if you follow the account, it'll give us brownie points.
All right, let me see. Can I think of anything that I would do here?
Is there some flicker abilities? I feel like people are really incentivized to kill your demons. You have a lot of big creatures. A lot of them are very scary. Are there flickers to where you could abuse the ETB effect to where like you're protecting your creatures and also...
Yeah, you have the one ghostly flicker in here, and then there's like 3 of that kind of effect at 2 mana in blue. Teferi's Time Twist, Planar Incision might be the Planar something, and one other, and then there's a 1 blue mana blinker creature. So I like that.
It might not be better like than the stacked, like, I mean, this is a fancy deck, so it might be too cute. I like to play with a lot of draft commons.
I mean, I like that because, let me see, what here are you? Yeah, there's so many things that get value out of that. Like, you have a commander that cares about it, and then you have pretty much everything else. You can also blink a clone in a pinch to get a specific effect that you're looking for, or to be able to clone an opponent's thing that is strong. Or if you are leaning into the fun Gyruda thing that I would be doing, if you whiff, that gives you another activation of that.
Nice. We don't have a lot of ways, like, we're not discounting other, like, so we have Urza's Incubator, Gyruda that's getting things in once you hit 6, but, like, this is a pretty heavy deck. Do you think that the ramp is going to get us there quickly enough?
I mean, we had some rituals, so we have Dark Ritual and Seething Song. I think there was a Geyser as well. Yeah, Mana Geyser, although that's red mana. We were a little heavier in black, I believe.
Well, it's like 6 black, so I think that's still fine if it's giving you the 6.
Yeah, but if you have to tap 5 mana in the first place, it's going to be hard to have 3 black open. If I was building this deck for myself, I would definitely jam like 4 more rocks in this immediately.
It doesn't seem like it has quite enough for what we would usually play.
Yeah, you could run all of the guild signets here and a Felwar Stone for sure. I would not be so concerned on the Chromatic Lantern because the mana base seems pretty solid. Yeah. If you all can remember, I'm still trying to figure out. There's another 4 mana. I think it's 4 mana red enchantment that copies creatures when they come in, but just for the turn. I think you have to pay like a red, but it doesn't care about the creature type. But that also seems really good for this. But that I think would be my other that would be my other big include.
Overall, I think probably a higher power level than what we would play on the show. Typically, I mean, we would play it. We would just have to up the pod to, the equivalent power level. But I don't think if you put this in with 3 of our random decks, I'm pretty sure we'd get pretty messed up. A lot of free spells and stuff. Now, the question is who would play this on the show if it was submitted?
I don't know, because it's like it weaves its way in between a lot of our playstyles. It's like
this is me.
Yeah, it's like colors that me and Airball like.
And demons and dragons that I like to hit people with.
Right, because this is pretty much just like, hey, play a spell or two. They are big. Deal with it.
I love Terror of the Peaks. That's the kind of fun, nonsensical things I would build for sure.
Yeah, but I'm like definitely here for the Dream Devourer and then like the weird clones and Gyruda package.
So anyone really.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Well, thank you so very, very much for submitting, Alejandro. We really do appreciate it. After the show, like I said, I will be adding this to our Moxfield for the community deck, so that way everybody who is watching the VOD of this can go in and check it out. Before we get to our... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just because to help join the chats, because Drunken Fox in Twitch got me the answer, but Alejandro is in the YouTube one. It is Flame Shadow Conjuring. That is the other enchantment that would be really good here.
You want to type it in? Maybe? Nope. Oh, it's not our deck list. We can't do it.
Yeah. Yes, Flame Shadow Conjuring is, I think, a 4 mana enchantment that when you play a non-token creature, you can pay a red and make a token copy of it that dies at end of turn.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be cool. You could also do like Delina Wild Mage.
That would be scary.
Because when she attacks, she copies a thing, and you just copy any of these things that are not, legendary, and then you just boom, 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 nuke everybody with your commander.
I wonder if even it's worth it to run like Twin Flame, or there's the new one from Thunder Junction, Molten Duplication, I think is the name. That's like, that one probably for sure, it's 2 mana to copy anything for the turn. But yeah, I like that.
All right, before we keep it going, we've got one final deck list from, again, another new patron from today.
Yeah.
Definitely appreciate that from Drunken Fox. But before we move on to it, I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors of the segment, and that is Moxfield. Without them, we couldn't be sharing deck lists with you guys. We couldn't be accepting your deck lists. We couldn't ensure that you guys always have access to every deck that we play on the show. So please go give us a follow on Moxfield. We have 2 accounts, one for the Commander Countdown community decks. That's all decks submitted by you guys with your names on them so people can see them. But also... we have our main show, which we have 76 episodes live. So that times 4, every single deck list ever featured on the channel. So make sure you guys go give them a follow. And then finally, from TOA Magic, the best place to pick up your guys' singles. You get 5% off. We don't get a direct sales kickback, but it does support the show. They're our largest sponsor and the main reason we're able to make the content. So if you guys are planning on buying any Magic cards, please give them a chance to earn your business, because it goes a long way in helping us make Decked Out. All right, are we ready for Drunken Fox's list, our final deck?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say I'm having nightmare flashbacks from Megan kicking our butt with this, right? This is the same duo combo.
Yes, Nethroi with the Umori companion.
Megan Smith played this
Pretty early on.
episode 18 of the 76 that we've done so far, and boy oh boy was it a butt whooping. I think by far the best deck builder at the table, and it was insane. You said that was going to be bad.
I said that conceptually it was bad, and then did not look at the deck list.
Well, I think you said one of these was bad.
Umori is bad.
Well, there you go. That's it was not though.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this list. Tell us about the commander pairing, Veggie.
Yeah, so, I mean, Nethroi is very strong, because you mutate for 7, and you get to return any number of creatures with power 10 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Total power of all the cards. Which, like, seems fine, right? You're like, 7 mana, 10 power. Okay, you get some value out of it. But if a bunch of those things are 0 power, like things that enter with counters or stuff like that, that's just free. So you can set this up to be pretty massive. And then I think Umori as a companion is a really fun way to build this, since this deck can be really broken. But this gives an interesting building restriction of only playing with creatures. Those are the only card type that you can have in the deck. That still works really well with Nethroi, but like gives you a ceiling.
This is the most creatures I've seen in a deck ever.
Yeah.
64?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense, obviously.
Right.
But that's a lot.
Okay, so now we got to keep in mind, these creatures have to make up everything. They have to be the bodies on the board, they have to be our interaction, they have to be our ramp, they have to do it all. So we're looking for the, like, interesting little bits.
Can I just say that I think, so this is the creature only.
Yes.
I think the cool cheat to that is I want to see adventures.
Okay.
I think that's how you would score brownie points with me, because that's cool.
We'll see what we've got. I don't see any on the board yet, but okay, so we've got some creature ramp, sack outlet so that we can reuse stuff that we're bringing back out with Nethroi. Let's see, yeah, because we want to be filling the graveyard pretty early. So Stitcher Supplier and Aftermath Analyst is pretty excellent. Fauna Shaman, which I think was something I forgot to recommend for one of the other decks earlier. Yep, don't remember what it was, but
there was no, not the right colors. Never mind.
But if we take a look already, though, we've got stuff that's like underrate as far as power and toughness, like Blanchwood Prowler is a 1/1, but kind of makes itself into a 2/2. Fiend Artisan is a 1/1, but this is tricky because it says on the card that it gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard, and this does count while it is in your graveyard, so you can't just grab this as a 1/1, but it is still a good card because it allows you to like fill up the graveyard as well. We have a very scary Hermit Druid. I've never seen fair things be done with this card. This, though, I'd be surprised if there was a Hermit Druid combo here in all creatures, but you know what? Let's just take a look right now. If there are no basic lands in this deck, then you are doing shenanigans. No, this is a fair Hermit Druid. Because notice, everybody, if you are unaware of the dealings of Mr. Hermit Druid, this is reveal until you hit a basic land and put that card in your hand and put all other revealed into your graveyard. If you're playing a deck with no basic lands, this reads Pay 1 green and tap it. Put your library into your graveyard. But we're doing a fair Hermit Druid here. It's just putting a couple cards in until you hit a basic. That's fine. Nice mana ramp and milling ourselves. Good, good. Yeah, this is also a tricky one. You'll have to keep track of what its power and toughness actually is in the graveyard if you're trying to bring it back. But equal to 20 minus the highest life total among players. It might just die, but you probably get value out of that too. Okay, all kinds of nice value of bringing things back from the graveyard. Yeah, it's just like a lot of nice pieces that are setting us up for a big Nethroi mutate. Let's see. Something to keep in mind too is mutate can only be done onto non-human creatures. So we are seeing a lot more of those than we are any humans. Sometimes though, like stuff like Old Rutstein is just exactly what the deck wants. You just won't be able to mutate onto it.
Yeah, and with 60 plus creatures, we shouldn't have too hard of a time finding a creature to put to mutate onto.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I like we're seeing a couple Manifest Dread cards in this, and I think that is such a nice like recent addition to this deck.
Yeah. You're gonna hit everything.
Right. But like it's just since we saw it on the show. Adventure.
We got one. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great one.
I want to see more. Like, you can't get ramp in this deck, so why is Beanstalk not here? Right? Like, it's so simple, and it gives you the mana dork.
Yeah, you can do that. And it is a little light on dorks in general. We've got only one at 1.
First time sub. Not a niche gamer. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Murderous Rider. There we go. Adventure.
Oh, all right. Let's take a moment back on this because I was not putting my thinking hat on. Scourge of the Skyclaves. I was saying you have to keep track of what this power and toughness is going to be in the graveyard. This is often going to be negative. And that means if you select it with Nethroi, you still add up the collective total power. So if this is like -5 or something, it means you can target
get more stuff
and get more stuff than just power 10.
Oh, that's silly.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the deck review. And hopefully you'll submit one next month too.
All right. I like the Bane of Progress. That's a lot of that's a big effect that you get, and it's only 2 power. So that's pretty excellent. Okay. This is all of our stuff. Okay. So this is that's mean. Choosing Preston with only a power of 2 as one of the things with your Nethroi means you will get a 0/1 copy of everything you just brought back because none of those things were cast. That is additional ETBs from everything.
Oh, shiitake mushrooms.
Yeah.
Whoa. Huh.
Yeah, that's a good time.
That's crazy.
Now, I will say one thing that I expected to see that I didn't really see were the 0 power creatures.
Oh, yeah.
The free ones.
0 power.
Yeah, like anything that's like, hey, this is a 0/0 on the piece of cardboard, but it comes into play with like 6 counters or something. Because those count as 0 for Nethroi.
That is cute.
So those might be a good include. I'm trying to think of what off the top of my head I would say.
Or like Ornithopter of Paradise
Yeah,
is a better mana dork potentially for that reason, because it's just free.
That or birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of those would be great. Here, because you do suffer from your big thing costing 7 mana,
and you can't use rocks or ramp spells.
right? Yeah. Mark in the chat the OG Pelucranos, or the green black one.
Oh yeah. It comes in play with 6 counters and fights.
Yeah, like a bunch of those I'd like to see.
That sounds fun. It's a cool build,
right? Because I like these options. I guess in my brain, like, what makes me happy is being able to drop a big stack of stuff onto the board. But I think even just a few of these all together is going to be a game over.
Are we abusing the Dreadhound in any way? Because I saw we have Dreadhound and Sir Conrad, and now we just have a lot of creatures, and they're just generically good, but we're not like milling and doing things, right?
Yeah, I think they make for a good secondary game plan, because the two Dreadhound itself does not synergize with Nethroi at all. It mills some cards. That's good. You want stuff in the graveyard, but the second ability does not trigger at all for Nethroi stuff. I think Sir Conrad's does, because it cares about creature cards leaving the graveyard. But having these two effects, we have a lot of mill. And like there's Blood Artist effects, there's sack outlets. So if somehow our Nethroi plan is getting shut down, we still have a little bit of a like drain.
Yeah.
Secondary.
Galagreeters is cool. Give you some treasures. And what is again, just taking advantage of the fact that you have a lot of creatures and then you're bringing them back and they're going to likely die a second time, but you're not abusing this with like mass tokens or anything, right?
Yeah. It is a convenient 0 power.
That's true. Comes back for free.
Yeah.
A Boreal Grazer.
Yeah. So 0 power and ramps you. I like that.
So 4.5?
Yeah. I'm definitely, hold on.
I think this is a new record of good suggestions by me that Veggie was on board with.
I'm gonna do black and green.
You gotta mumble into the mic, dear.
Equal 0. Okay.
We're looking at low-powered stuff that gets bigger.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, because clones are interesting for this kind of thing, but they're not in these colors. And I was like, I know there's one though. You have activated Sleeper, which is a black clone, 0 power on the card, but it can only clone things that have gone into the graveyard this turn. But that's pretty doable. Let's see. Because we need it to...
So just as a heads up for everybody who is seeing these for the first time, typically Veggie will even get in like a rep on the like playtester.
I'll get 5.
In with a deck and go through and look at the deck list and whatever your question is for the deck and make some notes. We have a little doc with some notes. So the last 2 deck lists here are taking a bit longer and we're spending some time like, perusing some options here because these were submitted during today's stream, so we didn't have a chance to really get in and look for some good recommendations and things. So that's why Veggie's a bit in the tank. But I'm going to keep looking at cards that I like. What is Tortoise doing for me?
Mill.
Okay. Activate abilities of lands. Land creatures get +1. I don't think we're doing that. World Shaper. Every time I see this card, it's kind of messed up, right?
I think this is a pretty fair one here. Like it's a good ability generically, and it's putting more food for Nethroi.
Underrealm Lich is cool. That's neat. All right, I'm going to take a look at the lands.
Oh, this is... We were talking about a little bit about mana dorks. Fabro Elder is very... I think is very cute here.
The 1/5?
No, it's 3 mana dork that taps for the colors that you have on board. But I need to check, but I'm pretty sure the way... This is worded slightly differently. Because if you look at some of the ones that are like stars, they're like, its power and toughness is equal to blank. And that applies in every zone. But this one is specifically a 0/0 that on the card says it gets +1/+1 for each color among permanents you control. And I think it needs to be on board for that to be affected. So that's another 0 mana dork.
I think so. That's the way I would interpret that card. It has to be on board to get the buff, says someone in the chat. Oh yeah, and I want Beanstalk in here.
Oh, yeah. Golgari Grave Troll. That absolutely should be in this deck. With the Dredge 6 is going to help you to like just dump stuff into your graveyard, and then it comes back for 0 power, and when it enters, it puts counters on itself. That is ideal here. Sack Outlet, Pinger, Broodmoth, and Mikaeus. Oh yes, the classic Broodmoth Mikaeus combo.
What is that doing?
They are it's just like bringing everything back and then bringing everything back over and over and over again. So this is when a creature control,
that one I know.
Yes.
And how does that work with this?
When a creature with Undying dies, you bring it back with a +1/+1 counter on it. So you can alternate these. So they both trigger when a creature dies. So you like sacrifice. Great. I'll have the Undying resolve first. It'll come back. It'll have a +1/+1 counter on it. You sack it again. Okay.
Now it has a flying counter.
And so as long as the two of them together just go back and forth, because they never can't, like, one of them will always work.
It's like 2 replacement effects or whatever, and you get to pick?
Kind of, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
My favorite, it's not similar, but it just reminded me of it. My favorite mean thing to do when I was young, when I was a small child, was Mephidros Vampire and Triskelion.
Yep.
That was 12-year-old nerd girl.
What a classic. That was in the same set. What a time. What a time.
That was my favorite go-to game plan. Whose deck are we ruining? We are ruining Drunken Fox, who became a new patron of Decked Out today. Drunken Fox, do you have any, we like to call them like quests for the deck list, deck tech? You can say like, I would like to make this more powerful. I would like to make this less powerful. I would like help with my final cuts. While we wrap up your deck tech, this was, like I said, one that we prepared for a little bit less. Do you have anything like that that you can think of that you would like us to touch on while we're wrapping up the end of the deck tech? While Veggie peruses for more great includes. What do you do?
I'm also interested, are there other instances of power that can be calculated to negative numbers. Like, I don't remember the specific wording for like Death Shadow, but yeah, that is different. Specifically, it gets -X, so that needs to be on board.
On board, same, yeah.
Yeah, those are the directions I want to go with this. So I think my overall, if I was adjusting this, would be ramp a little harder with dorks that are cheap. Find some more things that are totally free since they have power 0. That get around that by putting counters on themselves or something like that. Pelucranos, Golgari Grave Troll, things like that seem ideal. What options do we have for like interaction? Because I saw some good like enchantment artifact removal. We have Caustic Caterpillar, Kasali Pride Mage,
Reclamation Sage,
yeah,
Murderous
Sage.
Rider.
Okay, all right. Oh yeah, there you go. Adventure.
We already said that one.
That one. Look, Murderous Rider. It's an adventure. What other like creature removal do we have? Because here's one. But like.
Oh yeah, the Murderous Rider.
That's an adventure. You're looking for that. Ruthless Lawbringer can do it, but you have to destroy. You have to sack a creature. And then I'm not looking at the bigger ones because I'm looking for smaller stuff that we can do early.
Doesn't this do something? I think he sacks.
See, this is how much NerdGirl pays attention to things that I'm saying.
What? Oh, did you just say him too?
Yep.
I just said the Murderous Rider, so we're even. I was thinking about, while you were speaking, I was thinking about what adventures interact with their stuff. And then I ignored you. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Okay, continue. I want to make the deck faster is the suggestion.
Oh, then dork it up.
That's why I added Veggie to the show.
Yeah.
To make the show faster.
Yeah, I think you absolutely add like Birds of Paradise, Ornithopter Paradise, since they ramp you and are super synergistic because of the 0 power. You can put Deathrite Shaman in here.
A Boreal Grazer.
And like your whole suite of 1 mana elves that make mana. Llanowar elves, Elvish Mystic, Findhorn elves, Arbor Elf. Those.
What about creatures that let you play lands from the top, or the 1/3 that I always recommend that lets you look at the top of your library? If it's a land, you can put it into play or put it into your hand or something. I forget. Oh, Gilded Goose. Do we say Gilded Goose?
Gilded Goose will work. 0 power.
0 power makes you rampied.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was thinking that that's gets you land and is more like card advantage, which a deck with no non-creature spells might struggle with otherwise.
Yeah. Okay. How about if you only have elves for the Tyvar deck, there's a creature. It is a 3 mana dork. It's just 3 mana creature, taps for mana, but it has suspend for 1 green. That would be a nice get around for this.
Oh, what about the mana dork that you can not evolve, but you can, it's an 0/3 and then it becomes like a 3
Incubator Druid.
And so that would come back for free. It makes a crap ton of mana.
Mm-hmm.
That's synergistic and rampy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's not an elf.
Might be an elf.
And it's a tree, I think. I think it's a tree. I don't know if it's actually a tree, but I think it's like nymph, naiad, something.
Yeah, definitely the Fabro Elder seems great for this. Yeah, you're trying to get to Nethroi fast.
And Bean Giant. Sorry.
Yeah, Beanstalk Giant.
Real quick, here's a relevant question for the show. Veggie, would you ever consider doing deck text for the decks used in Decked Out? I would love to see your build.
I would never do that.
So, potentially, in the works is a bonus episode every Friday where Veggie does a deck tech for one of the decks that is going to be featured on Monday's show. And that will go hand in hand with the release of early access for the Monday episode for our patrons.
I would never do that.
That's what we're working on. I'll make Veggie do it. We need to get ahead enough on the episodes for Veggie to A, have the time to do those deck techs and edit them and all of the good stuff, and B, to give early access, because right now, like Monday's episode is not finished. It's finished, but it's not like ready to go. So I can't give you access. But anyway, that's a thing.
Ramp, Fertilid. Yes.
Oh, is that the thing with counters and you like?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 mana, comes in with 2 counters, pay 2, remove counter,
Where's
ramp.
where's
It's 0/0.
Where's the thing that makes counters for spells? That's an 0/3. He doesn't make mana, but he should probably be in the deck.
Forgotten Ancient?
Yeah.
Oh. It is free value. But
Yeah, put it in.
yeah, it's generically good, I guess.
It is generically good. I like it. Bramble familiar. Elysian Carotid. It's 2 mana for a 1/1, and if you have power 4 or greater, it makes 2 mana, which would ramp a lot. And I know you don't have a lot of 4 powers cheap, so you can't abuse it. But like, it's just a 2 mana dork that will eventually get better, and you certainly have some bigger creatures in here.
Yeah.
So, on turn 4 or 5, I think it was reasonable that it could make double the mana.
Yeah. I mean, they power crept your Elysian Carotid.
He's no good anymore?
He's good, but you now can put Fanatic of Ronis in from MH3, which is 2 mana dork, taps for 1. If you have power 4, taps for 4, and has Eternalize, so it is still relevant if you mill it in your deck that wants to mill.
Oh, is he a snake?
He's a snake.
Oh, yeah. We just played with him.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember now. Someone in the chat's asking, when are you going to make Iron Man or Storm? Veggie did make Storm on the last, on our Marvel episode, but we didn't make Iron Man.
We didn't make Iron Man. I don't remember if I actually made the deck myself, but yeah.
Fetish Panda? Yeah, Fetish Panda. It's one of our favorite cards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wrap up the deck list here. Veggie, final thoughts? Anything? You want to see more ramp? You want to see more interaction?
I think this is excellent. This is only the second time I've ever seen this this deck before, with the first being, Wizards designer. I think this is a really good take on it. And there are a lot of really fun like card choices, and you've added this like also sacrifice theme to it, which Megan did not have. So I think that's a very unique take on it. I would just want to see more mana dorks early on, so you can get to do your fun stuff faster, and find some sneaky 0 powers like Golgari Grave Troll and Pelucranos to get even more out of your Nethroi.
B-Dubs, thank you so much for the first time sub. And it says, Veggie, epic bobblehead Iron Man for the win. I feel like we just need to build that.
People have been very up on that tech.
we should just build it for the show. All right. So would this be something we would play on the show? And if so, who would be the one that would most likely be the pilot?
I think we would totally run something like this back. Especially now that I've got a better system for figuring out how to balance pods for the show.
I think you would be the pilot.
I think this would be a good time. I think this would be a deck that I would force upon myself. Me without spells feels very off-brand, but
I'm not so good at playing with my graveyard, so I think this sounds like a good time. I just don't know that I would be the best pilot for it at the table. And I know you tend to like to take a lot more game actions, putting things in and out of your graveyard and doing that kind of stuff.
I would have a good time with this.
All right. That is it for our final deck tech. Drunken Fox, thank you so much for submitting for today's show. I really do appreciate your support, being a part of the Patreon. If you guys are just joining us either on YouTube or on Twitch, this is a thing we do monthly and maybe even more than once. Our goal is to do one of these every single time we get 8 deck lists submitted from our patrons. So if you guys would like to see your lists here on the show, either on the live deck tech, you can sign up for Patreon, or you could go crazy and sponsor an episode at the sponsor tier on Patreon, and you can submit a deck list and we will actually pick the theme of the show based on your deck. So for example, if you had submitted this list, maybe we would do all companions, or all mutate commanders, or something like that, that would kind of fit the vibe of the deck that you are submitting, and you are listed as an official sponsor. That goes hand in hand with us trying to stay weekly for 2025. We are working on a goal to make that happen. Our default is 1 episode every 2 weeks, and we have been weekly since, I believe, April, because we hit a goal previously that we have since fallen below. So if you guys would like to help us stay weekly, then the Patreon is how you can do that. We're also thinking about launching a Kickstarter that will maybe help with some of the editor expenses, and we'll sort of stipend that out throughout the whole year so we can also stay weekly.
What she said.
Awesome. Thank you guys so very, very much. I will have some big announcements for Decked Out. Early next month, we are going to be doing a celebration for hitting our 2-year anniversary, but you guys will get more details on that. It's going to be a day of spell table games and giveaways and things for you guys to come and hang out, both live and watch the games, but also potentially participate in those games. But I don't have dates and stuff like that for you just yet. I'll be making the announcement next week. Veggie, tell people where they can find your content that you're making outside of Decked Out before you take off.
Yeah, what she said. Yeah, I don't know. It's Veggiewagonyee. I'm on the internet. I'm on every platform. The algorithm is being very nice and shoving me in all of your faces. So if for some reason it hasn't done that yet, then it's Veggiewagonyee on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. And I will be talking about all of those weird deck builds that people are asking about in the chat.
And for those of you guys who are not currently on my Twitch channel, because you know that's where you guys can find my normal content, but you guys can also find me on other channels and social medias, Instagram, YouTube, all of those things under MTGNerdGirl on my own. Also would like to note that myself, Veggie, Airball, and Zebex, one of our common guests of Decked Out, have a different channel for Lorcana called Lorcana Academy. We're starting to ramp up content there as well. So there's lots of places that you guys can find us, lots of different types of content that you might be interested in. Deck brewing, limited gameplay. Zebex will do a lot of cosplays, you name it. I will continue streaming on my Twitch channel this evening, but we are going to end the stream here on YouTube. So I just want to thank all of you guys for being here and supporting the channel. And go follow Veggie on other platforms, because we would like to see you guys.
Yeah, what she said.
Bye! End the stream.